Warm greetings from the High 10. It's Everyday Shenanigans, and thanks for joining me. Well, once again, circus is in full circle. Thank you for joining me. I have never seen anything as atrocious and asinine as this case. I have been watching true crime since I was possibly a young woman, when networks did documentaries on crimes. And never in all my life did I ever think a case could get so outrageous and vile. But I saw that the first of the year, last year, with Cal City and Camille McKinney out of Alabama. And this would be case number 3 that is outrageous. If this allegation is true, then Allie, you need your ass whipped. I'm not even going to say I agree or disagree. I'm just going to say what I just said. If the allegation is true, then you need your ass whipped. Then you had no business talking to Chris McDonough or any other YouTube platform. This is why I said to a lot of people, and some people don't like what I have said pertaining to people talking to other people. This is why. See, a lot of people don't seem to understand why sometimes you cannot talk about certain things. You can talk about it in private, but it still can get repeated. And then once it gets out, it's still he said, she said. And it depends on if you want to believe it or not. But this is a serious situation, a serious case of a child missing. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. It has become a running joke pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. And now we have this information. Do not know if it's true or not. But I decided to go ahead and go live with it because somebody's going to ask me about it. So I'll just go ahead and jump on it and get it over with. I think it's sad that this information is released one day before her birthday. I'm going to bring you the source of the information. It is another YouTube channel. But I think it's just very vile and disgusting if this is true. And 2, one day before her birthday, this allegation is coming out. And why now, 7.5 months later, is someone contacting, once again, a YouTuber to say, well, this is what was told to me. And I just want to clear up a few things. Well, I didn't hear what else you cleared up about Allie or their lifestyle or this and that. Thank you, Donna. That should have been mentioned in this video with this person who uploaded this content, because people are going to now sit and wonder, well, what else did they tell you? You're just telling us the one part that she said she didn't see the child in the car. She didn't walk over to the car. That's the allegation now by an outsider. That's neither a friend nor enemy. Well, guess what? Let's think about this for a second. Allie's going to backtrack her memory to see and think about all the people she's talked to. And I think she's going to recollect who this person is. You think they're going to be friends after this? Yeah, okay. So then that means Allie is now going to have to respond to the allegation that she lied to Chris McDonough and the general public about seeing the child in the back seat of the car. Why lie? I don't understand none of this. After I give the commentary, after I play the audio of the said information, I will speak a little further, and then I'm done because I'm just I'm over this. I'm straight over all this nonsense. This is ridiculous to me. The content is Crime Stories Obsessed. Feel free to go into the queue to get the said information uploaded 1 hour ago.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel. My name's Emma, you're at Crime Stories Obsessed. Last night I did a live. If you missed it, this was the most important part. I have had the opportunity to speak to somebody who knows Ali and Hunter and their family very, very well. And they told me they knew all sorts about the family and they lived very close. They are neither friends nor enemies of them, and they reached out to me personally because that she wanted to clear up some of the rumours that had been going around on YouTube about H. So she started off by telling me all sorts of things to do with the way they lived, how they were, how Ali was as a mother. But the main thing that stood out to me the most was she stated that Ali never went near the car that day when Candace turned up to drop Hunter off home at 2:30 with Summer in the back of the car, apparently asleep. Now, in the interview with Chris M, Ali stated that when they got back around about 2:30, Hunter got out of the car, she came over and she wanted to see Summer, but Candace had said to her, "No, we're just getting off, we need to get home," and quickly got in the car and drove off. But that's not what she told this lady, who knows her very well. According to this lady, Ali states that she beats herself up on a daily basis, knowing that she stood on the porch and never went anywhere near the car that day. She never saw Summer that day at all. So why lie? The interview with Chris McDonough. Is that what she told the TBI when she gave her statement? Because if so, that's telling us straight away her statement is not what actually happened, or certainly not what she told this lady, and what she continues to say about how bad she feels that she never actually saw Summer that day or even went over to the truck. And now this would make sense, as Candace and Ali fell out a long time ago regarding Jose. As far as we're aware, what actually went on there, that's a different story. So I just thought I'd bring this to your attention because this just completely blows Ali's statement out of the water. And it certainly gives Candace some credibility when she said that Ali never came anywhere near the car that day. So was Candace telling the truth about that? And she never did? Because to be saying to people every day, or at least every other day, I beat myself up on a regular basis. I just wish I'd gone over to see her that day. I'd be really interested to know what you think about this, guys. There's so much we could take from this. This has been turned over to the TBI along with probably a lot of other evidence. But I would be really interested to know what you think. Please leave a comment in the comment section. And as always, guys, take care.
Well, let's read some of the comments. Thank you for joining me. It makes sense that Ali never went over to the car. She and Candace aren't on the best of terms, so going over to the car for small talk probably wasn't something Ali wanted to do. Why she lied about it seems odd. Happy birthday, Summer. I hope you get found soon. Well, let's think about that comment. From my understanding, from what I was told by somebody who was involved in the case, that the boy was outside on the phone with somebody. Now, I've just assumed they all were out there, but maybe not now. So what we have to ask ourselves, what the hell is going on? Why would she lie and say she saw the child? What was it? She wouldn't roll the window down. What is it? What is the truth? Why lie? But then during the interview with Chris McDonough, H says that Candy wanted to talk to her. So what was she going to do? Leave the child in the hot car with the windows down to go over and talk to Ali? So then you have to ask yourself then, is that true? Because remember, H says Candy wanted to talk to his mom about the water park. So that means if Ali didn't go over to the car, then that means Candy would have had to get out of her vehicle and leave Grandis in the car, leave the baby in the car, and then go over and talk to Allie. I'm sick of all this. And I don't want to sit here and try to figure it out anymore because it's pointless. I'm just done. JPL, we don't know what Grandis wanted or what anybody wanted. You can't say what Grandis wanted. Because in the end, all these people are 9 times out of 10 complicit to the child going missing. So you can't say one over the other wanted something. One wanted to leave, one wanted to stay, one wanted to talk. How can you say which one wanted to stay and which one wanted to talk? There's just no way possible you would know that. Because that's the whole point of the story. You all just keep repeating what these people have been saying. And that's the gist of this story. All this bullshit is about what Candace said, Don said, Allie said, and H. I'm at this point, I am over all of this. All these people. It's like, who else now wants to come out to give a version? What you should be questioning is the person who's doing the talking. What happened? Did you all fall out? Because this crime story obsessed says, well, they're neither an enemy nor a friend. Well, then what are you then? Because that comment really doesn't make any sense. So how can you repeat to somebody what Allie said or didn't say if you're not a friend? So you mean to tell me she's been walking around the neighborhood talking to herself and someone overheard her say, I'm beating myself up because I never walked over to the car. And don't you think she's going to backtrack on all the people she's talked to and try to pinpoint who went back and repeated this to a YouTuber? Stay woke. This is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous to me. And then you didn't show the person who said it. So now we're just listening at you repeat what somebody said Allie said, which I don't like that type of hype. I want to see the person who has something to say. I want to hear it out of their mouth. Same thing with somebody going to somebody that's supposed to be friends with the Wells in Arkansas. I don't want to hear what Pookie said. Bubba, show yourself. Because even if you go up on a panel or a phone call, you don't show yourself. That could be any random person saying, I know Allie. I know the Wells. I was friends with them. I was a neighbor. They did this. They did that. That doesn't mean anything to me. Because even a person that'll show themselves will lie. So why in the world would I believe somebody that I can't see? Just you getting on a phone, pressing play, and telling me what they said. I'm sick of this. I'm over it. A whole lot of white noise. If you'd like to join the panel, the link is at the top of the page. Thank you for joining me. I'm over all this. I've never seen anything so atrocious. I just said before Johnny Come Lately jumped out of the cake from New York with his rendition of this and that. Now here comes an anonymous person that is called this crime stories obsessed to say, well, I've known them, blah, blah, blah. I'm not a friend. I'm not an enemy. But this is what was going on in their household, which we didn't get any of that information. You think people now are not going to be curious to what that person told you about Allie and her son and her lifestyle, how she was living? Yeah, we're curious now. Man, you people don't get enough. Just never seen anything like it. Hello, Kobe. How you doing? Mama's in trouble for letting Candace give her son alcohol and nicotine vapes. Allie does the same thing, so maybe she doesn't want to give the whole truth to save her own skin. This is pathetic. I mean, it's like we're going around in circles. Well, that's the way it is. Don't shoot me. Shoot the messenger. You was going to hear about it one way or the other, so that's that. And you would have got right in the community page to say, hey, did you hear the latest? Such and such said that. Such and such said. So it is what it is. Just ridiculous. If these morons have been questioned and lied to, LE, FBI, TBI, they're caught to have charges brought against them. Yeah, good luck with that. That's even funnier. That's even funnier than the allegation. Even funnier. Sadly, summer is being lost in all of these people's BS. They all should be ashamed of themselves. Yes. Thank you, Margaret. Happy birthday. Yes, to summer. Amen. Very sad. Lord have mercy. It's ridiculous. Very, very sad. No rhyme or reason. So I'd like to know, who is this person? She called her a she. She said. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, sweetheart. She said, and she said, and she said. Dolly, I'm not going to look at anything because I'm to the point where I don't care. I don't care about what somebody said because you're never going to know if it's the truth or not. See, you're just assuming the people came forward in the beginning. They were the first two to come forward. You're just assuming they told the truth. We really don't know why they fell out, why they didn't fall out. That was a video I was going to do today, but I decided I was going to wait because it's her birthday and I didn't want to, do anything, really crazy right before her birthday. But lo and behold, somebody uploads this content an hour ago. So here I am now live discussing this. But, there's already information out in the queue that those two possibly were an item. Johnny Come Lately decided to tell YouTube Nation that his baby mama and Candace possibly dated. Well, I've already said I thought that something went on between the two. I already said that. And nobody really knows what the argument or disagreement was between the two because you'd have to hear it from one of them. And I think Candy made it known that she didn't know why Allie felt some type of way. So what was the reason? You all are just assuming it's Jose, but somebody has to tell you that it was Jose. Then you all decide to throw Grandis in there. So which is it? Because it can't be all of them. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Can't arrest people for assumptions, how things look. You have to have evidence. You all know the law. Well, truth. What's going on is just a bunch of people that are very lonely and they don't have any lives. And this is their way of making themselves validated. That's it. That's the bottom line. I was hoping you hear me roar.
Yeah. Hi, Queen. So
I can't hear
the
you.
allegations that's coming from the other channel. So
Wait a
Allison. Yep.
I'm sorry. I don't know why my volume keeps being down for some reason. I'm sorry about that. How are you this evening?
Oh, I'm fantastic. Am I quiet?
No, I saw your mouth moving and I said, well, why I can't hear anything? Are you believing this?
Well, let me bring me onto the same page here when it comes. So who's this coming from? What channel?
Crime Stories Obsessed. Do I need to replay it?
Yeah. I just listened to it with you.
Oh, you already listened?
That. Yeah, I just had to you just had to remind me. So now it's a good point, but so Allison never saw Summer that day. So what is
I'm going to eat some ice.
What did she tell Chris McDonough? Can you remind me what she told Chris McDonough?
Yeah, I know what she told him.
What did she say to Chris McDonough?
She said that Candy acted like she didn't want her to see her. She tried to see her, but she wouldn't let her. I thought that's what she said.
Yeah, but that's a loose interpretation on Allison's part.
Well,
because Chris was probing. That's all.
Everything's loose at this point.
Yeah, I get it. So the problem with
I'm done.
Allison. So I'm trying to understand why you're upset with Allison at this point. What's changed?
I'm not upset with Allison. I didn't say I was upset with Allison. I said I'm sick of people jumping up 6 months, 5 months coming up with stuff. I'm not, listen, let me make this clear because I want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying Allison is lying. What I'm saying is, why now would somebody want to come forward this many moons later to say that she lied? That's what I'm saying. Because I don't know who's telling the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
I get what you're saying. So first of all, why is Emma putting herself in a position to determine who's lying and who's not at this point in time?
Who that girl? Well, I don't think she was being. She didn't appear biased in her commentary. I guess she's saying, "What are we to believe?" You know, that's what you do.
Okay, yeah.
Talking to these people.
So who's really coming forward in the situation? Not Emma.
I don't know. She said somebody contacted her. I thought that's what she worded. Somebody said something to her in the chat. She had a live. Is what she said. She had a live. So maybe somebody was in the chat. I don't know because I don't watch.
You know, Everyday Queen, you have a Gmail as well associated with your channel, and you know, with the Summer Wells case, if you're not careful as a channel holder, you're going to fall into a lot of traps that come your way. And as soon as you stop falling for the traps, you'll see the communications drop a little bit. Do you have that problem as well?
What do you mean?
Or you don't give your email out that often?
No, I don't have what I tell the chat, I don't have an email.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get it.
They know how to contact me.
For Crime Stories Obsessed, for example,
go ahead.
For channels that may have a lot of dialogue with viewers in their email, you know, I think that's where a lot of this comes in and a lot of the direction on the channel. Sometimes people start believing things or people who they think are associated with the case or know something.
And that's where I have the problem. That's why I said before you come on that if I don't see your face and you could show me some type of credibility that you know Pookie, Ray, whomever, you're just a random person contacting me via messenger. However, I don't know who you are. Anybody can say I'm somebody's mother. I'm the neighbor, Joe. That means nothing to me because she didn't even tell us what the hell the woman said about her lifestyle. She said she told me this and this and this. But the thing that really stuck out in my mind is when she said she didn't see the child. So I thought, well, damn, you gonna leave that open too?
Can you play that again? Play that again, because now that I know, I want to listen to it. I'll hear it differently at this point. I want to re-listen to it.
Let me see if I can go back a little bit. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. How far back I can take it.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel. My name's Emma, you're at Crime Stories Obsessed. Last night I did a live. If you missed it, this was the most important part. I have had the opportunity to speak to somebody who knows Ali and Hunter and their family very, very well. And they told me they knew all sorts about the family and they lived very close. They are neither friends nor enemies of them, and they reached out to me personally because she wanted to clear up some of the rumours that had been going around on YouTube about H. So she started off by telling me all sorts of things to do with the way they lived, you know, how they were, how Ali was as a mother. But the main thing that stood out to me the most was she stated that Ali never went near the car that day when Candace turned up to drop Hunter off home at 2:30 with Summer in the back of the car. Apparently,
press pause.
Now, in the interview with Chris.
Okay.
So I'm skeptical already. Whoever it is that Emma's trying to set up, like, I mean, I can understand that you're trying to do your best into making a presentation, but you're embellishing the point. I'm like, okay, who the fuck is this really? We all know who she's got to be talking about. Could you not just come out with it already? If you don't want to mention it, just don't fucking mention it. Yeah. Just say, hey, somebody contacted me. Take it for a grain of salt. We know how bad it is, but you know, here is why it's more important at that moment in time to impress upon the audience why you trust the source at this point in time.
Yes, set it up.
Person, you know what I mean? That's more honest than leaving it up and trying to guide the people into. I don't think she's doing that necessarily on purpose, though. I know Emma. She's a good, like a decent individual. So, I mean, the people that do come out of the woodwork to her, like she does a lot of she you know, I'm not trying to dismiss it by any means, but she has a tendency to take leads and chances that
I understand. That's why you have to
go with people. Go with people.
You have to be very careful with the reaching out. This is why I told people personally, because I can speak from personal experience. The reaching out to people and people reaching out to you, you don't know who you're talking to. Trust me. Let me tell you something. If I really wanted to be just a dog ass, I can repeat something on this live that'll make this whole damn computer blow up. See, I don't tell everything. I don't tell everything. I don't tell who I talk to behind closed doors. But let me tell you, I've got involved with somebody personally involved with the Summer Wells case, and it was the biggest mistake of my fucking life. These people ended up getting wrapped up in some drama, and next thing I know, I've got people worrying me to death, asking me what was said, who said what to whom. The next thing I know, there were some lawyers involved, and I was like, hey, I didn't sign up for this. You know what I'm saying? You're calling me with this crazy stuff I haven't never even repeated on the live just to keep the confidence. And then next thing you know, you're trying to wrap me into some legal stuff that you got going on with somebody else that didn't even concern me. This is why I keep trying to tell people, you don't know people. This is why I'm leery of all of this chit chatter about Summer Wells. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Fred, Jody Sue. I'm just telling you, I just don't trust nobody at this point.
So in this, well, I don't blame you, especially in circumstances such as this, because you know the vultures are out and around you and in your chat listening and just devising up ways to fuck you over and fuck up other people and capitalize on the situation at hand their way. And that's a fact. Not too many people realize that, and you don't really want to turn your audience into that. So you don't really acknowledge it, but people got to be very wary.
Yeah, because I told the person in a very nice way, I don't want to discuss nothing about what you're talking about because there is no way I'm getting ready to get myself wrapped up legally with some stuff that did not concern me. And it was like, this is what happens when you're being nice to people, you're talking to them, and then they go fall out with this person. The next thing you know, they're going to ask you to send this and say this. That was just going to be a setup for somebody legal calling me to say, hey, man, we need you to come in for a deposition on some bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Right. No, I don't want to be involved. I didn't come to YouTube for that type of stuff, and I don't want no parts of it. And that's
why it's always important to say, in my opinion, you know, you got to hide behind a little bit of that.
But, you know, you got to be careful talking to people, texting people, messaging stuff, because you don't know who they're sharing that stuff with. And I smelled the rat when they kept saying, send me this and tell me exactly what they said. And I let them know, hey,
When there's so much deception going on in a situation like this that you recognize, it's like being in a war, in a weird war where you can recognize it all around you, but in the lifetime, you can't put your thumb on it exactly. You can only recognize it and know what it was by the signs. So, I mean,
I'm just going to tell everybody this, and I'm going to say this, and I don't care who gets mad. Be very careful of people who immerse themselves, who look like they're in good standing as far as organizations and things. Yeah, I said that. I'm saying it. It's a new year. I'm saying it. Be very careful. Everybody is not what they appear to be. So that's why I don't want nobody reaching out to me to talk about nothing. Oh, I got to tell you something. I'm not interested. You understand what I'm saying? If I don't hear it from TBI, the police department, I don't want to hear nothing.
Sometimes early on, this is the thing that you, especially in the audience, if you're not having trouble understanding that, you know, in the time that it's happening, like the first 48, the first 72 hours, you welcome certain situations where anything's of
value.
Importance.
So.
It could be. But 7 months later, people coming out of the woodwork at opportune times is a sure sign of deception. Like, you know, I'm saying it's not possible, but in this circumstance, nothing that comes out of that holler is right.
Yeah. It's just sad to me because I'm like, damn, come on. The girl's birthday tomorrow. Really? You know what I mean? What a banger.
Look what they're putting this Corey Bigsby through right now. They've got him lit up on charges now.
Okay,
a child that just broke like a couple hours ago. They've now pressed charges, and I think they've got 4 charges of child neglect. There's more coming out overnight. So I'm having to think, look at what's happening down in Virginia.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that it was the lack of questions. Things don't line up here.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to come out, in my opinion, somebody needs to come out and tell, well, this is the problem, because if you're trying to catch somebody in a lie, you don't really want to do that, do you?
Yeah.
It's frustrating as all hell.
It is frustrating. And it's sad to me because we're in a new year. And this child, I mean, we have no information. I mean, I don't know what law enforcement has. I wish at this point they just say, you know, the hell with it. We're going to drop them something. We're going to give these.
Does that make sense, Queen, from law enforcement side at this point to not acknowledge it? They're kind of they will have to be up to the schedule and speed of whatever that was going through the juvenile courts.
Oh yeah.
And well, I'm not saying that that's it. I'm just saying, wouldn't it make sense? Because they're going to have neglect charges, which is at the end of all of this situation, which whatever investigation was happening, you know, you have to let that investigation close on its own to have any sort of validity to your own argument from there on. So it's kind of got to be a slow process with those with the children involved. In my opinion, aside, they're not coming back into that household.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time. So it's going to be as slow as possible, but not forever type of thing.
Yeah. Well, somebody said I'm laughing so hard I'm visualizing a lady walking down the road doing that. Doing what? I must have missed. I missed whatever it was. Well, you know what's getting ready to happen? Allie getting ready to find her somebody face to be planted in front of this. Now she's gonna have to respond. You're just gonna respond now.
So what is it really that she's trying to accuse Allison of lying here? I'm a little worried about that.
Well, I'm not using that word. That's why I said I really didn't want to talk as much. That's why I just dropped the link, let other people talk, because I'm not really saying either way. I believe either party, because I feel like it is so late in the game. That's just who I am as a person. When people start jumping out of clown cars, month 7, month 6, I am leery of you. I mean, you might even be telling the truth, but it's the timing. Because let's be truthful. You want me to believe that you sat here and told this woman, "Oh, I'm sick of this. I got to clear up some things." 7.5 months later, you have something to clear up. That woman talked to Chris Madonna. What, 1 month after the little girl went missing? Am I right?
He was there because it was at the time Hunter was important. So you had to have his parent there, and it was a family circle. It wasn't like a one-on-one exclusive where she knew anything of importance to begin with.
So you had to have known. She went on YouTube to talk. The boy went on YouTube, and Allie also went on other people's panels. So how is it that you missed that whole summer, fall, winter to say? That makes no sense to me.
Well, Queen, it falls in line with somebody who's actually building a narrative. So all of a sudden, 7 months in, when you start to build your narrative, you start to overthink it and go back and analyze things that conflict with the narrative which stands now, and then pull it out and use it like a trump card in euchre. You can't do that. That's suspicious, and that's what's happening.
Well, let me ask you this: if you can tell me, do you believe that Allie saw the child or she didn't see the child? How about we just cut to the chase?
I didn't think that Allison to begin with saw her in the first place.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and I've been watching it since the beginning. I was never under the assumption that she got close because Candace, even before I knew that her and Candace had the outs or had that big association with it. It was my understanding that when Allison became aware of her presence, and Hunter made her aware of it, when she got sight of them, she went over to acknowledge him, and they just gave her shoved her off and screwed off too quickly. And I thought, well, that's odd. I thought that little scenario was odd at the time, because it's either odd because they had something to get away with, but it would make sense if they're not getting along to begin with. They're just getting shunned. Let me get the hell out of here as fast as I can. So, and especially avoiding Allison and having an or a necessity or business in your mind. You have business with Hunter there because she does have an illicit relationship with him. that would drive her to be there in the first place.
Well, let's go ahead and drop this tea because you're 35 minutes in. We might as well clear the house before the baby's birthday. I'm sure you already saw this in the queue where Johnny Come Lately says that he believes the two had something going on.
Fuck, I must have missed that in the queue. Who thinks that they had something going on?
Johnny Come Lately.
Johnny Come Lately.
Yeah, I don't want to say his name on the line, so that's
okay. That's right. All right. Well, the fact that they're coming back out now, people have been talking about that for a long time.
Well, I already suspected that from the photographs. I'm a good reader, and I thought that, but I said, that's not a good judgment. They're just probably not feminine women.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good. I mean, but Candace, it doesn't look very good, but there's something even wrong with it. Why would you even upload that? I can understand if you had a TikTok and uploaded it on somebody else's phone. Sometimes shit doesn't look right and it's innocent, but there's too much.
That's true. That's true. That's very true.
When you've got that camera in your face rolling around like lovers do, you remember that Eurythmics song? Talk to me like lovers do. Yeah. Well, this is one of those situations. Why are you rolling around on that bed like lovers do?
Yeah, I saw it the other day. You talking about with the boy?
Yeah. Talking about Hunter.
I saw that. Yeah,
TikTok video. That's the one that sticks out to me. I'm not saying that you
so it was a bed. So it was a bed
on that. There's other ones.
So that was a bed.
Well, I believe. If you call anything in there a bed, I mean, they use some scrap lumber and they squared in a mattress and framed it to the wall. So, I mean, I think that's what they call beds in that place. I think it might be on the main floor where that picture.
I just want to be. What's the word I'm trying to use? I don't want to say something was going on. There was a bed, or they was on a couch, or they just was close together in a chair. See where I'm going?
Yeah, and I realized that I understand from Candace's perspective and Hunter's that number one, he's too immature to recognize where limits are in that sense. So I don't put a lot of blame on him because I don't know what's going on. I don't think that it's exactly consensual. Yeah.
I think most people that follow me know I'm a boy age fan. So my thing is this: I look at boy age like Summer. He's a kid. I'm not saying he was a perfect kid. I'm not saying he wasn't a troublemaker. I'm not saying he didn't do stupid shit months before. Yeah. He's a kid. That's the whole purpose of being a kid. Right. You are going to fuck up. He's supposed to have people to rear him, such as Summer and her brothers. It's all the same to me. But he's about the only person that I trust in this story, and that's just my opinion.
I do. I trust that you can recognize his innocence, his childlike innocence still.
Yeah, because that's the point is that we all were kids and we all did stuff that we had no business doing. So that's what I try to get people to understand, because some people have come down hard. He's a liar. He's a misfit. And I want to say, well, you were once a kid too. Until you can bring me, he did something really salacious. He murdered somebody. He's, you know what I'm saying? Bring a receipt.
Well, it's consistent with just trying to discredit him over time, which has been a popular agenda and typical from that party here on YouTube. Since the beginning, he just did it out of reaction early on to get himself kicked off of Facebook. Like the attacks and ill will towards Hunter in this, in that camp have been there for a long time.
But see, AB, this is why I always say this to the chat, is that you have to be very careful who you talk to, what you repeat. A lot of people, you still believe that, it was a great idea of them going to Chris Madonna. I personally told myself, I knew then, the first time I saw it go in the queue, I said, this is going to backfire some type of way.
Oh, yeah. It's YouTube. You know what's going to happen, but that's nothing against Chris McDonough in my mind.
Yeah,
at the time, back in as it was going on, you know as well as I do. You remember how detestable of a feeling that you got because of the inaction of the parents and something was fucking going on. Mm-hmm. In a certain sense, I also believe there's an exception to everything, and you can justify it as you go, and you do it ethically and morally and open and transparent as you can. Yeah. There's a balance there. So, I can excuse a little bit. Does it go against many of my philosophies in life? Absolutely. But, so you deal with that every day and you try to get by. I don't think that it was, I think in the long run, if none of it happened and Chris McDonough never did those interviews, they would probably have an arrest already.
Really? You think that?
Yes.
Why? Tell me why.
Because if you're gonna fantasize, you're gonna have to conceptualize a little bit. So think about less is more here. If Chris McDonough could even say, if it just, so at that point in time, if things were left with Jeff Bobo in those interviews, and eventually went to WJHL, things would have been handled differently. It would have been more efficient. They would have all more reason to get them in there to actually finish this investigation off and continue on as though it was a legitimate situation. That's a situation I believe the Wells have been trying to avoid the entire time. So they capitalized or took that opportunity and made lemonade out of it, in the sense from a guilty party, and exploited that in poisoning the minds of those out here. And creating a lot of nonsense to now that WJHL, their coverage of the Summer Wells is really disturbing to the fact when in reality, the guilty parties are right there in front of you. What more do you need to do to act guilty? Almost admit it? Fuck. It's almost like it would seem that they wouldn't believe you if you admitted to it, Candace. You're putting yourself in a position where you can do no wrong, because nobody is going to believe you about anything.
Yeah.
So in a situation where you know that you couldn't ask for a better situation if you were being interrogated, because there's so much question, it drives into the person asking the questions.
Yeah. There's
so much more work to do, even though that you recognize most of it's bullshit. Even dismissing it all as bullshit, to take the road of the path of least resistance in your mind, you can't rightly do, because of course within all that there is some truths here and there.
Yeah, and that's the thing about a story. Exactly, there is some truth, even in the embellishment and
the trick is making it so overwhelmingly frustrating for the person trying to conceive of the story that they will never fucking finish it in order to understand. So therefore they will never get it. So if, even though that's just the battle between good and evil in this, that's just a side effect of it. It's not Chris McDonough's intent or his channel or his professional experience. It could have been anybody, he just did what channels do, and he provided them a platform. If they were legitimate, like they said they were, that in reality would have been their best bet. Okay, you know that as well as I did at that time. But how things turned out was rather telling. So in reality, if you're able to recognize what's really going on here and not reactionary, and you see the forest for the trees in the investigation, that alone is probably a good baseline in the minds of those who are trying to put their case together against the Wells family.
Somebody said maybe not have gone to YouTube. I'll say that too. Maybe why not go to the news instead? You know what I'm saying? Because that's usually where people went before social media.
The way that
people still go to the news when they tell
Wells handled the situation is not consistent with. It's not an option. Shutting down all options that the municipalities at the local level have legislated in and pay so much resources and dedicate so much to shun those resources is, almost should be illegal. And that's what they've done to create even more of a guise, saying that, it's my right to turn down this. Like, what victim in that circumstance would turn down victim services at any level?
So let me ask you this. Do you believe the two dated?
Do I believe what? Sorry?
Do you believe the two women dated?
Allison and Candace Bly?
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of women. It could have been.
You said that whole
here. Oh yeah, there's a lot of lesbianist back and forth relationships here, and I'm gonna be honest with you.
The two girls, Allie and Candace. Do you believe these two dated?
So first, we might have to have an entire scenario where we discuss what is a relationship in this circumstance, because it reminds me a lot more.
Messed around, hooked up. either box? Do you think they was
Oh,
in
fuck
those
yeah.
boxes? Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I was thinking about doing a video about that.
Maybe something didn't happen, but the interest and the intent and the spark was there, the magic that was there primarily. Yeah, whether that was exploited or used.
Actually fell out. Did she tell people on YouTube? Because I never watched the content when she was going up on those panels talking to Allie when she first came out. Did she actually tell why she and Candace Blythe fell out?
Actually, do you know what? That's a funny statement, Queen, because the one thing, aside from Hunter's story that we believe that's been consistent, surprisingly enough in the story, the other thing that's turned out to probably have a ring of truth to it is, quote, when Jose came out and admitted that he liked chicks with dicks. Now it all makes sense. Like,
but that's Candy's version. But that's Candy's version of that. We haven't heard Jose say that.
No. They've acknowledged that there is something said. Something was said. So that statement that he used wasn't just something Candace made up. He actually said
so you believe he said that?
Yeah, absolutely. When I heard Andrew, Connor's dad retell that,
I thought that was a crazy. When she said that to Chris Madonna, I said, I know I did not hear her say that.
I damn near fell off my couch when I heard that.
I said, man,
you can't even make this shit up. So
that's what I was thinking. Right? Who would say that? And that'd be a lie. That's deep.
I'm like, first I thought, who the fuck kind of person would make this shit up? I'm thinking she has to be making this up.
Oh my God.
Now I don't think she was because of, and this is what we're getting back to.
You know why? You know why we think it now?
What's their perspective of a relationship? So do you remember back in the early 70s or the 70s where it was quite popular, where people were discovering themselves and becoming nudists, and entire families were living in the nude? And how inappropriate it was and how far people got with it, especially in the UK, especially in the United States and certain areas still do. That's what it reminds me of up there. They don't have
California free love.
Yeah, only perverted a little bit. It's like mom and dad, the hippies went and had kids. Now they're finding any sort of excuse to hang on to these ideologies because it fulfills some sick, perverse fantasy in their mind. And that's what's really happening. It's like vicariously living your fantasies through your children. And your fantasy is to be a fucking pedo or a nudist.
Well, I can see the reason why I believe that he possibly said it is when Sugarfoot decided to let everybody know he was bisexual. So the first thing came to mind was that comment. And I said, well, hell, maybe Jose is that way because now Sugarpuss is telling everybody he's bisexual.
Well, Andrew, it would make sense because Andrew is proud to be bisexual.
Right. And so, but he claimed now in that interview he did, I mean, when he went live on his channel a week or two ago, he claimed, no, he's not that way. Jose's not that way. But the first thing in my mind was, well, maybe he is because he ain't right here.
See, as a straight dude, I can understand what he's saying. Like, it might have just been a lie. Okay. Like I still believe that he was utilizing it for whatever reason, because remember at the time, perhaps they're just speculating, of course, but at that particular time, it would seem that Candace and Grandis were fighting over the attention of Jose Roman. So in order to quell the situation a little bit,
I want you to explain that because I want to know, what did you get out of whatever you saw that made you think those were the two that were into it over him? Because I'm confused.
So the story, I'm trying to remember how that came about. So that came out.
Y'all play nice in the chat. Oh God, they're going on.
I'm trying to remember how that went out. How do we've heard that from two?
Because you said it in your live last week. You said something about how they looked in the picture, how she was looking at him. You said that in the live. How Grandis was looking at Jose.
Oh, that's just a comment. That picture, that was just an opinion on the picture, but it comes from several sources, not just one, that encounter that day. So the verifying source to all this. So from that day, and we're speaking of the October 20th, 2021 weekend, where Don drove back from Utah, whatever was going on, and started up with Jose.
Well, what was
before that occurred? So we had it from a whole different perspective. So we had all these questions developed over the fact, because that was ended up being a domestic violence incident that particular night.
They got crunk, didn't they?
Right. So the only other input we had into that that moment for all this time until really Andrew came out and some stuff was turning out to be true. Some reports were coming from Andrew
Donna, please.
about Jose Roman, because that's the link to Jose, that they're friends.
Yes.
All these reports that are coming through were turning out to be true. How true they are.
Yeah.
But that was what he was associating.
Okay. Somebody said Alice said she and Jose were hitting it. So that's where I was trying to understand what made you think that Grandis was entangled as well with her daughter and Jose.
Well, because my understanding, she's a bit of a free spirit.
Okay. So she looks masculine, but she likes
a dominant woman,
but she likes men.
Well, she likes both. We know that.
Okay, where we know that from? About the gals?
A few reports historically that came from. I don't want. I guess I can say it came from that side of the family early on.
Okay.
So it was an early family report about how Candace left Kenneth Bly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how she came to leave Candace's father way back in the day
for
another woman. That was allegedly. Okay. So and that was all about the same time as who is this Rose Bly or Rose Meyer individual? How does she?
General Jones says Dudley tied Grandis to Jose. Yes, he was saying something about that. Yes, he did.
Yeah, Dudley was mentioning that as well.
Yeah. Well, let's go here because to this day I'm just trying to get an understanding now, since people want to keep talking about it. What did the two ladies fall out about? Was it Jose or it was
it was Jose Roman? To my understanding, that was the Jose Roman. So Allison brought them all over. It was what got Allison so perturbed was the attention that Grandis and Candace were showing Jose. They were going as far as to fight over him for the sexual attention. They were going just a bit too far. They were disrespecting her with her new man, her new beau. She was
and women can do that. And women can do that. Desperate women will do that. A guy around and they start rubbing and touching, and
especially when how rude is that? That's very
rude.
I mean, they have power over that person.
It's very rude. It's very rude.
Yeah. So anyway, so Allison got perturbed about that, and that was what stemmed her leaving. Now, when she left Jose there.
Okay. See, that's what didn't make no sense right there. I said, well, if he was there for her, for Allie, how is it that he ended up staying? Now there's content floating around in the queue that he stayed longer than people are thinking he stayed. For him to build a relationship with H.
So here's where we don't know, because I asked Andrew that. I asked, why did you leave? Why? He said, I asked him, why did you leave Jose there? He replied, because he wanted to. He's an adult.
Yeah, he's a grown man. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I mean, okay, fair enough. That's a good enough answer in that regard. I just found it odd to drive all that way I didn't know what the 11 other people now were doing in that.
Yeah, where were they all when they was at the house? Where were those extra parties? Because you never really hear anything about that. All you hear about is that.
Good question. I got to think about that. I don't.
Grandis, Allie, Candy, and Jose. You never hear about these extra people. I never even knew that the 11 other people were at the house that night when they were taking those photographs.
See, that's good. See, this is a question where Andrew is valuable, because Andrew could answer that right away. Mm-hmm. See, I assumed in the beginning that everybody came out to 110 Ben Hill Road. That was wrong. So they were over at Allison's, and somehow the party went out to Candace for whatever reason. Yeah.
So everybody piled up from Allison's place. Because I
don't know how many people did. What? Yeah, I don't know how many people, because I haven't seen any pictures. And you think that you would see pictures of everybody out there. The only person that I have seen out there from that particular incident was Jose sitting at the table with.
Okay, but there are some pictures on Facebook that I saw early on with the children or somewhere around some men, like they were out at night. It was at nighttime. And I believe she's in the photograph, if I'm not mistaken. So now that I back my memory back, I'm wondering if that's the same night that maybe those extra parties from New York were at the house.
The party, like there was a bonfire outside or something.
Bonfire, yes. Correct.
That's a good point too. Maybe
correct.
That'll be. I'm gonna maybe look into that.
Because people kept saying, "Who are these strange men in these photographs with the child in them?" And I was like, "Hell, I don't know. I don't know anything about these people to know who their company is." But see, I still wonder what made Don come back. What was said to him by whom to rush back?
General Jones says Andrew said something about NASCAR in Bristol, which is right nearby.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Why they went down there.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Bunch of white folks going down there.
I thought it was looking for a house, and the reason why he couldn't get a hotel room is because of NASCAR. Because somebody in the chat said
that would make sense.
Yeah, my mod said that sometimes people had to go to other counties to get a hotel room because all the rooms were booked up in all the towns.
Yeah, giving and helping them out. That would be helping them out for a place to stay just to go to a race. So if everybody's going down there on the bikes to Bristol, that sounds like a pretty cool thing to do, actually.
Okay, but guess what, Amy? That's not the original rumor when all this started here recently. It was said they all went down there to look for housing, remember, to get a better life.
Yeah, that's not the story. And let me add on top of that, COVID-19, there were no NASCAR fucking races during COVID.
I know you look.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, there weren't no NASCAR.
Just like somebody's checked out the water park wasn't open on Tuesday.
Yeah. You'll learn to do that.
Because my mod, lives a little ways up the highway from me. So she done checked already. No, wasn't open.
I was, because it's never really been said. I wondered if it was because of the COVID panic. They were trying to relocate at that particular time.
Yeah, because that was October 2020, October 14th. Yeah. So that's a month after we opened up. We opened back up probably that, let's see, it was March, May, June. About June, July, they started opening the stores back up to where you could shop.
Andrew says he had only seen them for about 2 hours. So I wonder if that was at the bonfire, and this all occurred at the bonfire. The picture that Candace took of Grandis and Jose at the kitchen table is probably the next morning.
Good old breakfast.
And so we're getting to how did Don find out? So now that they have a new house guest,
he left to go for work. Then people arguing about which son he took. Okay, so he takes a son. So I'm going way out here to find work for me, my family. So what was the rush to come back?
The fact that Candace was probably manipulating him some way, like she does. So
what do you think she's doing, playing the 911 thing, calling drunk, and he hears some guy in the background?
I'm thinking that she's using it. Now, it seems to me that the type of relationship that they're tied up in with each other, that she, for whatever reason, because if Don's not around, you can tell that her and Grandis are always talking probably about Don behind his back. You can almost bet on it. And there's got to be some resentment, and it'll grow into something it's not really, is probably a big lie against Don. But I think there's a big element that Candace has manipulated Don somehow to get one over on him for some sort of attention, whether it be negative attention or whatever.
Brandy's called Don back because she told on Candace. How do you know that, DeQuinto?
Yeah, Shelly Fisher saying Grandis called Don. I wondered that too, because I always thought that. I wonder who called Don to tip off, that they had a new house guest. But maybe he was just calling home.
I don't know. See,
because he calls. Well, it is his place, right? He does own the place.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I learned that. I learned that today from somebody's channel. That's his. That was his mama's place.
Yeah. So it would seem that he's a little possessive about it, as you would be, and to call back home where your family is would seem normal. So now when he makes a call back, there's probably all kinds of ways that
background noise. Who's that?
Yeah.
Who's wasn't
what's
talking
going on over there? Yeah.
I can tell guys
doesn't line up. It doesn't line up, kind of like their stories don't line up.
Yeah. But guys talk, and if she didn't tell anybody to be quiet when he
who's that dude's voice in the background?
You hear, yeah.
Who's that dude's voice in puberty in the background? That's that's not one of my sons.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then because
that's a chick with a dick.
Yeah. That was funny.
Oh, that's horrible. Jesus help! This is sick.
But he drove. So that's 4 states. Drives across 4 states that particular night. That was
Hey, I told myself, Candy got some mean. She got a mean cookie.
Yeah, and you have to think that she was
picture
really
that, AB,
fucking with him a little bit.
I said, picture that.
Hit me with.
Candy's got a mean cookie.
Oh. Ew. Oh God.
Well, it's got to be mean for you to fly across the country when you've been there. What? How long was he out there at his parents' house?
So that's what I'm thinking. So you're thinking that he's addicted to the panani.
He's addicted to something. Look at her.
You know,
let me tell you something. The pictures of her with the long hair, she had beautiful hair. You know, I'm not no hater. I don't care for her, but I'm not a hater.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they don't have sex missionary style. There's no possible way. Like
he got them babies missionary. Don't you start no mess up.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, okay. We gonna get descriptive, but I think a few times it was missionary. Some of them children came from missionary style. Stop it, please stop it.
It's maybe she's a close talker. Like she's so close to you all the time that you really can't get a good sense of what she looks like.
Okay. No, I'm gonna tell you what disturbed me. It's the TikTok video where she's got the shades on and she's puckering her lips up and the flames are coming out of the shades. I'm like, Candace, please don't do that.
Yeah, no shit.
Stop doing that.
How bad is it? And here, you know how of all the times for this to fucking happen, people are going through your stupid TikToks that you're sitting there kissing, like all the stupid ones that you wouldn't delete. Could you imagine?
Yes.
Like, I feel so fucking embarrassed that I was sitting there using that app. But I've never done that before. But of course, she's actually
like a pretty girl puckering her lips up to the camera.
Doing a duck face. She's practicing duck face. But I like the ones where she just doesn't give a fuck, and the ash is dropping all over, and she's half cocked, and she's staring with those googly eyes at the screen. And
I'd say to myself, if I see her one more time in that damn navy blue wife beater, I'll go down there personally and snatch that damn shirt off of her. I was so sick of looking at that wife beater. I didn't know what to do.
Jersey her. I thought it was pretty funny. She's not ashamed of.
She's not.
Her vices.
But that's when people just don't care about themselves. She just don't care. For instance, the church thing. I argued people down in the beginning when people said, "Oh, that was her at church, Angie. That was her." I said, "No, couldn't be."
Well, it's like she's lost. Maybe I think she's probably depressed.
Possibly, but
because she's lost her sense of self, or lost her sense of purpose. I mean, she makes it a point to go and sit in the car when Dawn goes into church. Can you not just take one for the team? Like, do you have to be that way? I don't know how Dawn can stand that. Like, just go. Try to have some fun.
Yeah. Well, but they are miserable together. I listened to Don B tonight, and one video he made was just the honest truth. He's like, 13 years, 14 years. It's like, when are you going to get enough? You've been doing this a long time. The drinking, the drugs. When are you going to be tired? And then the sick part is, while you're listening to him spin this, you're knowing that they had kids in these 14 years together.
Queen. Think about what's happened in the duration over the time.
That's what I'm talking about.
14 years.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. 13 years of that. That's what I'm saying.
The entire time, he is all the reason to want to get away.
So either one. How about one? You know what? It's just like the old people tell you. Why are you waiting? Dr. Phil says this all the time. Why are you waiting for somebody to make a decision about your life? Get up and go. You don't need somebody to say, "I don't love you anymore. I don't need you." Just leave them. Just get up.
That goes in many situations. And in situations, not just love, any relationship.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But at some point, you got to say to yourself, "I'm not benefiting. I'm not happy." There's no way these two could tell me they are happy with each other. There's no way they could be happy. And I understand people have some messed up relationships. But
what do people normally do over a period of, let's say in this situation, 12 years that they've been together? They spent 12 years justifying reasons to be together. And they condition themselves and they train themselves to be codependent.
Yes.
In this, probably it's more so. I haven't really looked into that, but it just kind of resembles that sort of relationship.
Yeah.
So in their mind, they believe in their mind, we recognize it as toxicity. they, in their situation, their relationship and what it is probably built on bullshit anyway, because of the types of individuals that they are. They're probably all kinds of things that they're hiding from one another in the first place. That they have to almost treat themselves as a third person in this circumstance. And they're bonding through the traumatic experience, which this is because it can't be very nice to be the brunt of scrutiny in the public like they are, even though that they're guilty.
And I get that. And that's the whole reason why I say everything. People don't understand the image you portray to people. People feed off of that. You may not even be thinking that you're doing anything, but people feed off one little thing you do and don't do. And that's how this story took off. You're not saying anything. Then when you do say something, you appear doped up in your interview. That's all it took. Then here comes your ex-friend and her son. Boom, it was a wrap then. And then you got your crazy husband talking about the resurrection. With all that compiled together, social media just took off on its own. Took off on its own.
And now they're taking an easy chair, knowing that beforehand you can sit there after the fact. You know, they would have known that in their manipulative experience and all the little all the little scams that they've been trying to pull on churches. They're used and trained themselves to be a fictional family in that regard. They're anything but genuine, and that applies to the situation at hand as well. You know, it's a situation at this point, from my perspective, you don't really have to know the details to know that they're guilty of something in this.
And that's the sick part, because let him tell it. She's not that type of person that would hide anything and not call 911.
Bullshit.
My thing is, I don't know you well enough, and what I see of you, you can't make me believe that.
But isn't that what you're supposed to say in an interview anyway, a public interview?
Yes.
God's not doing anything that you shouldn't say. So. That's what you're supposed to say about your significant other, no matter what.
But I think he controlled everything, like the money. Because when you listen to what Dudley was saying about her and the mother showing up to the job fighting and needing money, that told me everything I need to know right there. You are the mother of the children. You should not have to go travel to somebody's job to get money. You should already have money put in a shoebox or in your bank account. Don't y'all share a bank account?
Queen, I got to get off. I've got to do a live in a few minutes. I forgot.
Oh, do you? Oh, you're going live. Okay, well, thank you for the commentary.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the great conversation. Bye, everybody.
Anytime. Okay, thank you so much. That was AB, everybody. He said he's got a live coming up. I'm 1 hour in. Thank you all so much for joining me. Great crowd in the chat. Thank you all so much. This is just probably just a crazy situation. As most of you coming in the chat, you probably had not heard. Crime Stories Obsessed uploaded content that I played earlier pertaining to someone has come forward to tell her that Allie did not see Summer Wells in the car. So now you have to decide, if you even care, if to believe this said person. I don't know who the person is, but the lady Emma who runs the channel says it's not a person who considered themselves a friend or an enemy. But let's think logically. Allie is going to feel some type of way now knowing you've come forward, if that's even the truth. I will go ahead and try to play that again for those coming into the chat. Hold on 1 second. Thank you.
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel. My name's Emma, you're at Crime Stories Obsessed. Last night I did a live. If you missed it, this was the most important part. I have had the opportunity to speak to
Thank you all.
Somebody who knows Ali and Hunter and their family very, very well. And they told me they knew all sorts about the family and they lived very close. They are neither friends nor enemies of them, and they reached out to me personally because that she wanted to clear up some of the rumours that had been going around on YouTube about H. So she started off by telling me all sorts of things to do with the way they lived, how they were, how Ali was as a mother. But the main thing that stood out to me the most was she stated that Ali never went near the car that day when Candace turned up to drop Hunter off home at 2:30 with Summer in the back of the car, apparently asleep. Now, in the interview with Chris M, Ali stated that when they got back around about 2:30, Hunter got out of the car, she came over and she wanted to see Summer, but Candace had said to her, "No, we're just getting off, we need to get home," and quickly got in the car and drove off. But that's not what she told this lady, who knows her very well. According to this lady, Ali states that she beats herself up on a daily basis, knowing that she stood on the porch and never went anywhere near the car that day. She never saw Summer that day at all. So why lie? The interview with Chris McDonough. Is that what she told the TBI when she gave her statement? Because if so, that's telling us straight away the statement is not what actually happened. Or certainly not what she told this lady, and what she continues to say about how bad she feels that she never actually saw Summer that day or even went over to the truck. And now this would make sense, as Candace and Ali fell out a long time ago regarding Jose. As far as we're aware, what actually went on there, that's a different story. So I just thought I'd bring this to your attention because this just completely blows Ali's statement out of the water. And it certainly gives Candace some credibility when she said that Ali never came anywhere near the car that day. So was Candace telling the truth about that? And she never did? Because to be saying to people every day, or at least every other day, I beat myself up on a regular basis. I just wish I'd gone over to see her that day. I'd be really interested to know what you think about this, guys. There's so much we could take from this. This has been turned over to the TBI along with probably a lot of other evidence. But I would be really interested to know what you think. Please leave a comment in the comment section. And as always, guys, take care.
All right, everybody. That is a Miss Emma from Crime Stories Obsessed. You can go to the queue to verify the said information. It was uploaded a little while ago, and I decided to go live with the information because tomorrow I wanted to be all about Summer, and I didn't want any distractions for tomorrow. But I don't know what to think. I see some of you in the chat talking about this Leslie person. I do not know why they fell out, but let's discuss that for a brief moment. Don't you find it interesting that all these parties and participants and people who have come forward to talk were all friendly at one time, spoke to each other at one time? Ali and her son were cool with Candace. Then they fell out, the mother and Candace. Then a child goes missing. This Leslie person, she was cool with Candace. No longer cool with her. Now you all are saying she's not cool with Ali. Stay woke. Then there was Dudley. Worked with Don, but then comes forward months later to tell his rendition of the last few days of working with him and his issues with him not getting paid, blah, 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 telling you personal things that he gathered in his brief time dealing with Donald Wells. Don't you see what's going on? It's that all these people have been intertwined with one another, but they are no longer cool with each other, friends with each other. And you have to ask yourself why. We know that things can happen. People fall out for various reasons, but I just think it's interesting that all these people knew of each other at some time and crossed each other's paths, dealing with each other either through work or hanging with each other. But now nobody's friends with nobody, anybody. You have to admit something up. And then everybody decides to run to YouTubers to tell them of their dealings with Donald Wells, Candace Wells. How many people have jumped out of the clown car since June 15th? There's been a few. Maybe not 30, 40, 50 people, but if you can count 5, 6 people, that's 5, 6 too many. And as we say in the street, there is no loyalty. There's no loyalty with this group. Because most of these people are street people. And that's the one thing about street people. They're not going to hold friends long. Everything is temporary. As T.D. Jakes once said, everything has a season. And obviously these people had their season with one another. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion pertaining to the allegations against Allie. Did she see Summer Wells on June 15th? Or is this person making up shenanigans? Thank you for joining me. If you want to donate to the channel, $McGangie 129 Cash App. All super chats are welcome during the live. Thank you so much. Why, if you fell out with someone who you know you have called CPS on, would you allow your 15-year-old to go out with? Well, Lisa, you have to ask Allie that. People have been asking that question from day one. None of it makes any sense. And why would you lie about seeing the child in the car if you didn't see the child? And let's say she's telling the truth and she did see the child. Then why is this person going to a YouTuber to say, oh, I decided to come out because I want to clear up some rumors about this, and this. So you, imaginary person, decide to clear up a rumor 7.5 months in, the night before the child's birthday. Don't you find that awfully convenient? One night before the child turns 6 years old, a missing child, an anonymous person contacts a YouTuber to tell them, him, her, that they wanted to clear up some rumors pertaining to Allie, her lifestyle, how she lived, yet we didn't get any of that information revealed in this said video, just that she didn't go to the car, see the child. It's crazy. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion pertaining to this allegation. Thank you for joining me. The information allegedly has gone to TBI. That's what that was mentioned in this live, in this video. She mentions it at the end of the video, that the information has been turned over to TBI. But I do not know if it was turned over recently or turned over months ago. I thought it was a lie. No one asked to hug a sleeping child. A said she was awake anyway. Okay. Seems like everybody wants a piece of the pie. Yeah, what is the pie exactly? If you consider talking to a YouTuber a piece of the pie, you have got to be a very lonely MF. And I'm going to say that because there's nothing special about running to YouTube. Absolutely nothing. TZ said, I thought Allie said she didn't go to the car from the jump. No, I don't remember that, TZ. Emma turned it over, or did this mystery person? She didn't say. She just said the information was turned over. And what is that? Searching truth. Seeking truth. What information are you speaking of? Suspicious, yes. Well, my thing is, I'm not saying Allie told the truth, didn't tell the truth. All I'm saying is I'm leery of any information coming forward 7.5 months into a case. If a person wanted to reveal to the public, TBI, YouTube, whatever, that they felt there were some discrepancies in Allie's conversation and you wanted to discredit anything she told you versus what she told Chris McDonough, YouTube panels, whatever, you've had ample enough time to come forward, and that's how I look at it. That's just my opinion. Well, feel free to hit the link. You don't have to sit and chat in the chat. That's what the link is for. $325 viewing. Thank you so very much. Went down. Guess everybody went over to see what Mr. AB is talking about. I don't know what his content is going to be about this evening. About Dawn and Candace calling and talking to Sharon, she's felt that what they said to her was proof of motive. Motive for who? For Allie? Sometimes you just want to be a fly on the wall. Only one that knows the truth is Jesus. Oh, this is true. Exactly. No one will wait 7 months. Hello, Ramblin'. Thank you all for joining me. That's the set information coming out of the queue. Feel free to go over to validate, to hear it for yourself. But I'm over all these people jumping out of cars, Winnebegos. As I said, the Winnebago is now a 747. We now have a full-fledged airplane flying around with a bunch of people hanging on for dear life to give the 411 pertaining to June 15th, Summer Wells, Don Candace, Allie H., Pookie Ray Ray, Bubba. It just doesn't stop. This is very sad. I'm not sure if I believe AB on what he said about Allie. Don't get me wrong. I like AB, but I think you put him on the spot. I put him on the spot about what? I don't know what you're talking about. Hello.
Good evening, Queen.
How are you?
Well, I'm doing okay, consider I'm an old woman, hanging in there, managing and maintaining as usual.
Okay, hold on 1 minute before you get started. As far as that, them getting rid of the Summer Wells to have a better life, I can see a parent doing that for whatever reason they had an issue with the child. But if you want a good life without your kids, then you would get rid of all your children. You wouldn't just knock off one.
True.
Now, I'm not saying that in a sick person's mind that knocking off one of their kids, they would consider that being a greater life without that one. They could possibly think that. But my thing is, if you want just a exuberant life, no kids would probably be that life. Go ahead.
Well, I agree with what you just said. Yes, I do. In terms of what the question you're asking, which one, when was Allie lying?
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
He's a guest on the panel. I'm supposed to ask him, what does he think about Allie seeing the child? That's what I'm going to ask everybody. That's not putting him on the spot. It's in the title of the video. So naturally, I'm going to ask him that question. It doesn't matter who's up here. I'm going to ask everybody the same question.
Right.
Go ahead, honey. Lord have mercy. Jesus.
What I think is I need to know which time is she saying she was lying, when she said she saw Summer, or the time she said I really didn't see Summer. Which one is the lie?
Now where are you going?
I don't know. I don't know which one to pick, because
she said
yeah,
that she lied about seeing the child in the back of the car. She said Allie beat herself up.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Yes. I'm thinking it took her 7 months to get a conscience about what she had said, that she had misrepresented something.
And my thing is, why would Allie tell anybody that information, knowing somebody would go back and repeat it?
Well, of course. And she should have been the one to call law enforcement. Let them know, tell them that's information to go and say, listen, I've said something in public that might have given an impression to you guys in your investigation, and I need to clear the record. But to tell a third party, and supposedly then the third party tells TBI, well, that's just suspicious to me. Sounds a bit self-serving, and it's funny, isn't it? Everybody really jumped off of the friendship wagon in the beginning real quick. Everybody sort of disappeared, and now they're all kind of coming back, like you said, right here before Summer's birthday, trying to get in a good light. Here comes the spotlight out again on Summer, and they got to, help steal some of the light. That's just these people. Typical every day. And I love your title. The Winnebago, the little clown car became a clown Winnebago, and now it's a clown 747. And I don't know. Hey, can we send them up to Mars? They need volunteers. So they can live that life up there, and they don't have to be bothering us here.
That's right.
And if they don't go, I might volunteer.
Okay.
Oh, me. Are you getting ice again?
No,
Oh, no ice tonight. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Well, so let me ask you.
Yep.
Did Allie see the child or she did? Because now everybody's going to ask. That's going to
Well,
be the
her
question.
narrative about wanting to see Summer
Right.
was pretty filled with detail. That
Right. So
she went out there,
lying?
and Candace wouldn't even roll the window down for her
She
to
said,
see
yes, that is
her.
what she said. Yes.
You know, she packed it with a lot of detail,
Yes.
but not much detail in now I didn't go out there, and no details. It's just bothered me. It's bothered me ever since I said that. Well, Lord, you really spun a big tale there.
Mm-hmm.
So how much of what she has had to say over this, over the course of these last months, how much are we to believe about any of it?
And so that's the point of this person. Did you show your face when you called this Emma person? Did she see who you are? Did you give your real name? See, those are the things I'm concerned with when a person decides they want to divulge information. Because anybody, as AB said, can send an email, get in a messenger and talk and text. But my thing is, if we're not video chat and you can't show me some type of receipt that you know the person, you cool with them, it could be anybody just talking. And you even have sick people who will show their face to you and they do not know the person that they're gossiping or making up a lie about.
That's true. Somebody could be presenting themselves as her. Yeah. And so now we got all this big bombshell sort of thing happening.
Yeah, because Emma puts it out as well. It's not a friend or enemy. Well, then what is the person then?
Yeah. So who are you trying to be in this tall tale? Allie. What does Allie want us to think about her that she suddenly finds a conscience?
Thank you, Debbie.
Nothing
to nobody in this chat.
AB and the Queen are very good friends, and they've talked quite a lot to one another. I'm thinking that he was not offended by anything that was asked of him. He's accustomed.
Somebody still talking?
Huh?
Somebody still talking?
Yeah. So I'm thinking, let it roll.
That's okay. Keep talking.
What do you think about these people who, in the very beginning of this story, we had Allie and Leslie. There's another woman whose name I can't think. She was an older woman.
Jenna.
And she was a friend of Grandis, I think. So we had all these people jumping in the pond.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had, this entire cast of characters. But now, for the longest time, they've been kind of, they want to distance themselves from everything. They came out right in the beginning and then they disappeared. And now they're kind of showing up again one by one, plus a few new people. Lord. Did all these people know each other in the Carney days way back when?
She wasn't even in Tennessee when she was doing that. She was a young girl.
Yeah. Well, it just strikes me as that these people don't really, like you said, they don't have any respect for themselves. So why should we expect them to have any respect for others? And in a drug culture, these people become best friends and fall out with each other on the same day. You know what I mean? They don't understand. Hey, I didn't mean to say what I said, and I was really all wrong about that. Please forgive me. They don't know how to talk to each other that way. All they know how to do is go out and lie about each other.
They're street people. That's the problem.
Right.
That's the whole problem with this case. You have a bunch of street people that reared children. A child went missing from some street people.
Right.
3 children got put into state care from street people. Street people still running the social media, blabbing. Yeah. More street people jumped out of clown cars to give their rendition. More street people jumped out of clown cars. So as I said, now you have a full-fledged airplane flying around.
Yeah.
Hello,
I believe. Nobody's at the controls.
Yeah, ain't nobody. Well, I best get out the way then, because this going to come down for a crash landing.
No, just watch the sky. Keep your eye on that.
Uh-uh.
They're all fighting to get to fly the plane.
I'm going to get a crook at my leg trying to look up in the sky.
Who's the captain today?
TZ, what you got to say? TZ.
Sorry about that. Multitasking.
Hey, TZ.
By that being said that she didn't see Summer in the car, he said that she had saw her in the car or in the truck and verified her laying on the milk.
Yeah, she did.
So
that was another
mean
detail she gave.
On the milk.
Well, that's interesting. She did say that she saw her leaning against the milk.
Yeah. She said she didn't go to the car because Candace told her that they had to go. But from the porch, she said that she believed Summer was leaning on the milk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
About
from the porch, she could see Summer leaning on the milk. Okay. Well. Is she just trying to cover a detail that she had mentioned in the beginning? Yeah.
It's somebody
said Emma did say her live last night. The woman FaceTimed her. Okay. Well, that's the whole point we're saying. Okay. That's not what she said in this little video. She didn't give all that information out. So. And I didn't hear her say it.
Hunter said he couldn't. Hunter said he couldn't remember if
he's a boy.
Summer was awake or not or anything.
He's a boy. He wasn't trying to remember.
And then, right, and then you had Allie saying that she was leaning on the milk because I remember Chris asking her about it. So
did she say to Chris in that first interview when they were on the porch? Yeah. Did she say that in her first interview with Chris on the porch with the Mountain Dew on the table and all that? Was that the interview she said that in? That she could see Summer leaning on the milk? Because I don't recall her saying that. In that interview, she said she went up to the car because she wanted to, in her words, she wanted to give Summer a hug, which I thought, well, that's interesting. But then Candace told her they had groceries and she needed to get on home with the groceries. And I think Allie,
because she also said she didn't want to go to the car.
Yeah, in her very first interview, that was her account of what she thought and what she did. But in this later one, that might be what she said. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Okay, so she's been flip-flopping from jump then. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You got two different interviews.
Goes right back to, yeah. And it goes right back to, was the child in the car or not?
Correct.
And where is Summer?
Let's put it like this. If the child wasn't in there, then that means her son is lying.
That's right.
And I've always said that to everybody. If you're going to start saying who said what, then you basically saying both of them are lies.
Yeah.
It is, these people aren't the greatest communicators. Is it possible that she can't confirm or deny whether Summer was in the car? Or is she saying the second time around she absolutely was not?
Ruby comment is the one we need to focus on. Alice said, matter of fact, that photo looks like it was taken out front about the milk. She did say that.
Okay.
Because she said it looks like, I guess she's basically said that's how she looked when she walked up. So how would I know what she looked like in a photo if I didn't see her in the car?
Right. Or is she basing what she's saying on the fact that the photo shows Summer and the milk?
No, she's basically saying She's basically alluding to the fact that how the girl looked in the photo, that's how she looked when I saw her.
Right. You're right. I remember her saying that. Yep. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So what? So what is the truth? I'm sick of all this.
What's she? Well, I can't go so far as to discount Hunter, his whole account of spending the greater part of that day with Summer. I think his account stands up over time better than anybody else's account. You don't hear him, releasing some statement about, hey, I lied about the whole thing. Oh my God, please don't let that be next. But I find him credible. So he knew where she was sitting. Mm-hmm. He knew where he was sitting. They watched videos while Candace and Grandis were in the grocery store. Mm-hmm. That's an awful big lie for the day. If she was not there, if after they went swimming, because he gives a detailed account of what happened at the pond, all of that. I can't imagine that Summer was not in that car. I think after Candace left Allie's house, everything comes into question at that point of what happened. But up to that point, I would.
You see what happened to you?
She's got to go say prayers. With the kids, probably. Yeah. She said you'd be right back.
Well, somebody said sanitizer. Too many untruths. Yeah.
Isn't it the truth? Yeah.
Hey, Joy. Well, what do you think? You think this person is making up stuff or what? Or Allie's making it up?
I think it might be a little bit of both.
But
worse.
Who's the person? But like I told everybody, start at the messenger. Who and why are you just now coming out 7.5 months later?
Yeah, right. Why is it bothering you just now? Usually when you tell a lie, it bothers you right that minute. Mm-hmm. If you know you've either misspoke or you've misrepresented something, that's not bother you till you get that corrected. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or you said something that somebody didn't correctly understand. If you sense things like that, those things are better taken care of right away.
Wow.
What was it about it that took her this long to say, well, actually,
I want to go to the car at all? Just think about that for a minute. I want to clear some things up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Allie did that interview. It was still hot outside. So we've gone from summer to autumn to fall into winter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Long time.
It is a long time.
You're welcome, honey.
Somebody just said, and we're back to the milk. It's all about the milk. I promise I'm not going to start tonight. I wanted to say too, I don't think that I'm entitled to come in here and always talk to you. I wait for somebody to come up that we hadn't heard from, because I want people to know Queen makes this so easy on the person who does come up here.
Well, a lot of people don't think that,
Well, I can tell you just from my own experience, I felt kind of intimidated the first time I came up, but you just made that so easy for me. But anyway, my point is I don't come up just because I think I should. I wait hoping people will come up, and then I feel bad if nobody wants to come up and kind of, give you something to bounce off of. Anyway, I just wanted to make that point to you. You don't need anybody up here. You can carry this all by yourself. But when you're asking people to come up,
it's the purpose of a StreamYard.
Yeah.
And this is an automatic pay from your cards for those who don't understand that.
Yeah.
So why would I want to have a StreamYard and sit and read comments for 2, 3, 4 hours? That's right. I can't do that.
Right. And it's so much easier just to engage in conversation, just to have an immediate back and forth where you're not having to think, oh, I got to type something here. And then a second later, somebody says something, you got to type some response. It's so much easier to have a conversation.
Let me address somebody.
Go ahead.
How can you be afraid of me and you're in my chat? That makes no sense.
Oh, don't be. I mean,
if I was afraid of somebody, I wouldn't be listening to their content. That's just me personally.
She's a smart cookie, but she's not going to beat you over the head. She just wants us to think. The challenge doesn't come from a mean place. It comes from, tell me why you think that. Oh, how have you worked that out? Because she's interested in knowing why you think the way you do, not trying to accost you or anything like that. And look, it's a great exercise because it does make you think. And that's what we're all supposed to be trying to do here, in spite of the idiots we're trying to figure out.
Well, you know what's going to happen now.
Right.
Allie's going to have to respond.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. It'll be a thing.
She doesn't have to respond. Let me take that back. She doesn't have to respond. But people will be looking for her to respond.
Right. People are going to be beating her door in now. I need that sound bite for my, my thing.
Yeah.
But there's Mary.
Hey, whodunit. How you doing?
I'm doing great tonight.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Hi, Queen. I'm hanging in there. I've been listening to this whole show, and I think everybody is getting it a little bit wrong.
Oh, we wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. No, I'm kidding.
Look, set us straight. Set us straight, Mary.
Allie, we know that Allie didn't say I lied. Okay? Someone leaked this to Emma. My guess is that it was her friend, Leslie, because they are not getting along.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think that Allie may have, from the beginning, confided in this woman, not thinking that she's going to ever be, not be friends with her. And, she very possibly could have said, oh, I could kick myself for not, going up to the car. But if Allie had come out and said that, right, like confessed, oh, I lied, it would make her son's statement a lie.
That's the
right.
hope that I made a long time ago. If you're going to call one, you might as well call them both.
Right.
Yeah, because it invalidates his account almost completely.
So, Mary, what are you saying?
He lied about
what
that,
Allie said about seeing the child in the car?
I don't think she saw her in the car. No.
Okay. Well, I was trying to see where you was going with this. Okay, so you basically said her friend turned on her for what reason?
Maybe revenge, or maybe she feels she has guilty knowledge, and
so are you saying that Allie did tell this woman? Do you believe Allie told this woman she didn't see the child?
Yes, I believe that.
And you don't believe Allie saw the child. So what was the reason for Allie lying then?
Because I think that Hunter also lied, and I think Allie may be scared.
So you want me to believe that he sat on the Chris McDonough show and lied about seeing that whole child in the car and went to the pond with her, rode around with her all the way up to his house. So he was the only one in the back seat of the car.
No, I believe that if she was in the car, she was already so doped up that.
But that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, are you saying he did not see the child in the car, whether she was woke, asleep, dead?
I don't know.
In the back seat of the car. Huh?
I don't know.
Oh, I think you do know.
I'm leaning towards that wasn't even the day.
Oh, wow. What are you basically saying? Well, you basically saying that H and his mother are liars.
Yes.
Then just say it.
Okay.
Okay, H and his mom are liars. in my opinion.
What would their motivation be to lie?
Covering up for Candace.
How can I be covered up for you, but I just told all your business about having people on your property? You get doped up, lose your kid, you get turned up. Think about that for a second. See, that's what people don't seem to understand. He basically threw her under the bus in that Chris Madonna interview. Why don't I just tell the whole truth? I don't know what you all are talking about. I haven't seen Candace since month 6, month 8, 5 months ago. Stay woke.
Oh boy.
This is why I tell you all to think before speaking. It's not to be rude, but you gotta understand, if I'm gonna throw you under the bus, I'm gonna put your ass all the way up under there. I ain't gonna leave your foot out. I'm gonna put all of you up under there. So you put all you open Pandora's box, I'm gonna finish it. If I'm gonna put you all the way up under the box, I'm not even talking to Chris Madonna because I wasn't with you. I didn't talk to you. I didn't text you. The only people who know the truth about us texting is TBI. Stay woke. Why even put myself in the same peripheral with you if I'm just gonna half and half the story of that day? I could just say, no, she didn't come here. No, she didn't pick me up. And that's the whole point. You would never know had he never talked to Chris Madonna. That's the point I've been trying to make from day one. You would have had nothing to assume about Allie or Boy H had they kept their damn mouth closed. You wouldn't even know who Allie was or H.
Yeah, this is a twisted mess. Twisted.
Do you find anything that H said about that day to be truthful or credible?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I was just curious to how far back does it go that you don't believe them?
It's so hard for me to wrap my head around this whole thing, but I believe she was trafficked. Maybe they went to the pond that day. Maybe it was for, I don't know, whatever. I believe that Candace drugged her. I believe that Hunter was in the car. Because that's the evidence that we've been shown, and we're supposed to believe it, take it on faith, I guess. I don't know.
It takes a lot of faith to swallow everybody's story.
Exactly. And I believe that when she dropped Hunter off, either Hunter helped her get rid of Summer, or he went home, like he said. But
what if his story is true all the way up to when he got out of the car, but after that, she may have been trafficked?
Yes, that's what I believe. That's what I believe.
Well, then, so it's possible that he was telling the truth for the whole part of that day.
Well, up until the point of his mother seeing Summer.
Yeah.
You know, but that's neither here nor there, in my opinion, because she's gone.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I think that's going to bear out this Hunter's story is there are cameras everywhere they went. And if Summer shows up in that car everywhere they went, then it bears out everything he told up until that point.
Right. But it's that at that point when they drop off Hunter, that's that 3 hours that is unaccountable for.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about last night.
We know for sure. Yeah, I listened to you guys. I was so sick I couldn't talk last night. But up until that point, I don't know. I don't know. Now I gotta ask you guys a question, because you're both from Tennessee, right?
Yep.
Didn't they find that little Boswell girl near there?
A county over.
Okay. Is that where that Don S supposedly is near?
Where you going with this?
His son?
What son?
Don Jr.
You mean one of his elder children?
No. Well, yeah, I guess he is older. Not Don Wells. I'm not talking about Don Wells. I'm talking about the big fat guy that was at the end of the driveway when Molly Golightly was there.
That's a whole other, that's a neighbor.
Right. But his son just has like several sex charges, offenses.
Mary, let me ask you something. Do you even know anything about the Boswell case?
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, but if you know about the Boswell case, you wouldn't be asking me about Fred's son.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Did they ever, they'd never get a cause of death yet, have they? Or
who done it? What were you saying?
I was just listening. I was just.
I don't play games.
What I'm just trying to. I was trying to find out exactly where she was thinking a lie started. I mean, like you say, if Allie was telling the truth the second time,
it's not, Brittany. It's not.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really know enough about that other case to make a comment.
They got, listen to what the Queen telling you. They got the suspect in jail.
Okay.
Her mother killed her.
Oh my God. Well, just goes to show you it happens. These children cases weigh too heavily on you. I can tell that.
It's okay. That's why I don't talk about any more of them.
I know.
Except for the ones I've already discussed.
I remember you saying
I slipped
that.
up and did the Texas one by mistake, but
well,
Mm-mm.
in terms of going as far in depth,
I don't like the way people go in with the making up stuff and passing on crazy type stuff, just like what just happened just now. Bringing up stuff that don't have nothing to do with nothing. They got who they want. The mother is the culprit.
Yeah.
They told that. And that's one thing I liked about the sheriff. He made it clear last year when he spoke to the public, year before last, he let us know this woman has been lying to us from day one. And you rarely hear that from law enforcement. But they let us know. She's been lying from day one. And see, that was her original charge.
Queen, how long did that
filing a fake police report that a child was missing.
And how long did it take to bring that to?
Well, it started in, I think, it started in, what was that, January, February, and it ended, what, early March? About a month.
Okay.
Month
wow.
Yeah, because everything she said, they caught her in a lie.
And he wasn't afraid to come out and say that.
Yeah, because he didn't have to tell us. He didn't have to tell us that everything she told was a lie. But I knew she was lying when she got on news and said, "Oh, my mama took my daughter over to Virginia to the such and such camping campground." Adult. I knew she was lying then because she was grinning when she said it. I said, "This is a liar."
Duper's delight. Yeah. I didn't know enough about that case.
Where she messed up is she let somebody keep her child back in December before that new year came in, and that person came forward to let them know I was the last one to keep her child, to my knowledge, blah, blah, blah. And so if you don't know that they've talked to this person, you know she's told and spun so many stories. So naturally they will confront her with what somebody else done said, grandfather, mother, father. Then she'd have to make up something else.
Yeah.
So they knew she was behind it. And so then they got a search warrant, went to the family's property, and the baby was in the shed.
Would he like to run for sheriff in Hawkins County?
Ain't that the truth?
We need somebody that could come out and say something like that. These folks are lying. I know that for a fact. They're lying.
Yeah.
That would change the scene.
Yeah, I already knew she was lying because I looked at the Facebook, the post. She wanted that boy she was dating, and she didn't want to have to be bothered with that child.
Right. Yeah. Hmm. Sad.
It's very sad because the thing about it is there had to be at least one or two persons that could have came in and helped with the child. The lady that took her in at the end before she got arrested, why she didn't go to her and ask her, could you keep my child, help me raise my child or whatever? How you gonna know until you ask? You should have asked somebody for help. You didn't even ask anybody.
Exactly.
Now, her mother wasn't a good role model. I really don't think the father was a good role model because he was a hothead and had a very bad temper. So that just left the grandparents, on either side. But I still felt like there had to be somebody she could have asked.
True. How hard could that have been?
Exactly. It's just sickening. Very sickening. It's very, very sickening.
Weren't Allie and Leslie? They were pretty tight friends, I thought, because I remember there was an interview Chris did with Allie and Leslie.
Yeah,
in which
that was the same time when he did the H video.
Okay, so he did it right around the same time.
Yeah.
And Leslie,
she got up and left. Leslie did.
She didn't think she wouldn't give two beans for Candace. And I was sitting here a while ago thinking, I wonder if there was some jealousy that's played a part in this story coming out like this. Because now she didn't like Allie's friendship with Candace, I'll bet you.
Yeah.
And now,
so let's guess where's that stemming from? Don't tell me they were bumping tails too.
That's what I was just about to advance as a possible theory, because you don't know who's doing who in this thing.
Look, all of us got the months off. I said March. Somebody said May. Somebody says April. I know it's in the spring.
Somewhere in that time period. Yeah. Yeah. So now Allie and Leslie have fallen out. These people just fall out.
See, that's why I tell people. That's why I try to tell everybody to pay attention to what's obvious. Don't you find it strange? All these people who were affiliated with one another no longer speak.
Do you imagine everybody has a little piece of truth that they know?
They probably do. That's the thing about a person. Each person probably has a truth.
Yeah.
But the point is, how much of the truth are you going to actually reveal? Are you going to actually tell the whole truth of what happened? Your part, what you did say, didn't say, did do? Because that's the thing about spinning a story. It's all about perception. I may have actually wronged you in my mind. Yes. I don't think that I did. But that's the whole point. It's about perception.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Well, like I said, these people are, they're not great communicators in the first place. They don't really have a great command of the English language. And so you know from that they don't think clearly. And then they say stuff when they're messed up, so messed up, they don't even know what they've said until somebody says, hey, that just threw a whole new light on this case, a new wrinkle. You just did that. So now they got to go out and do damage control. And then they forget in the middle of damage control, they say something else they shouldn't have said. It's oh God, we're dealing with a mindset that's very difficult to relate to.
Yeah. But when I saw that tonight, I was like, man, you have got to be kidding me. What in the world? One day before the child's birthday, this is what you all put out. Right.
This is what you need to do today instead of, you held it in this long. Keep it moving.
Yeah, well, both of them. The person that went in the live last night, and then the channel holder.
Yeah, exactly.
Could have waited.
Is it my understanding that conversation was actually with Allie? That's verifiable.
I don't know. This is This is just somebody that went to a YouTuber and said, "This is what Allie told me."
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Because I just read a comment. Allie said at the beginning that something just didn't sit right with her.
Yeah.
And she
Listen to what Lisa
it was
said.
just
That
her
means a
shorts.
whole lot of people are keeping alive for Candace. I find that hard to believe. Sorry, common sense. Exactly.
Yeah.
You want me to believe H wanted to throw this woman under the bus? Well, if he wanted to throw her on the bus, he could have told, like I said, this don't make no sense. If I want to, no, if he wanted to uphold her, rather, if he wanted to uphold her, he wouldn't have even put himself at her in her car, nothing on the 15th. And he would have never said she came to his house. The only person who knows the truth is him, Candace, and law enforcement as far as cell phone towers, pinging, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The public didn't have to know.
But these people think that the public needs to know every little thing that they're thinking.
No. See, that's a self-entitled.
Yeah. Hey, I'm important. I've got this piece of information.
I need to know who everybody talked to, who all was sleeping with who, who shot JR, what happened to JR's foot, all of those type of BS, but it's not meant for you to know everything. That's just life.
Yeah, everybody needs some kind of big reaction to what their little piece of information is.
And so we wouldn't even be talking about this had H and Allie stayed in the cut.
Right. Exactly.
Now, if these other people wanted to jump out of a clown car, that'd been on them. It's just sick.
Will these people be called as witnesses if we ever get to a trial? If it ever happens,
probably will.
Boy, under oath is a whole other game.
Now imagine this. Imagine they get a suspect, go to trial, call Allie up there to say what she saw on that day, and then the defense or some other lawyer bring in the other person who just called this YouTuber to say, Shamika said, no, you didn't. You told me that you didn't see her in the back.
That's right.
And your conscience been beating you up. Now imagine that.
Yeah. You and I are not under oath. If we want to spin some big story here, we're not accountable to people. Other than people, what in the world are y'all trying to do over there? We're not accountable legally for the things that we say.
This is exactly why I can tell people that this is not a game. All this stuff that you think is so cute, all these little clowns jumping out of clown cars, you forget that if they do get a suspect, there will be a trial. This, what you're engaging in with all this foolishness, and he said, she said, this will somehow make its way into a courtroom. And it will be a fucked up situation.
Everybody be changing their stories then. That'd be the first truth we heard.
Sit and get drilled, and God forbid they start bringing up stuff about your life and your past, because they will do it.
Oh, yes, they will. Yeah.
And don't think they ain't gonna bring up nothing about your childhood. They're gonna bring up if you've been in trouble, you broke the law, if you had any type of dealings with CPS, child custody issues, all that's gonna come out.
Yeah. And if Allie gets put on the stand, he's gonna say, so you say you lied about this.
Yes.
So, what else have you lied about?
Exactly.
That next question.
And if they fell out, all that's going to come out. Well, isn't this the reason why you came up here and told people this? Woo, you went to YouTube because you and Candace had this going on, and Pookie Ray and Jose, all that will come out for all them old good folks be sitting up in there listening to that.
Right. For what really happened instead of this cover story we've been handed.
Yeah. And then ain't nobody thinking about that. You're not thinking about the day that it could actually go to trial and all this. He said, she said, jumping up in the courtroom. I tell these people, y'all don't really be thinking.
It's a trial. I actually would personally attend that trial.
Oh my goodness! Then you must go be sneaking popcorn in your pocketbook
and a Diet Coke.
Oh Lord, I'm sorry.
That's when you and I'll have to get together, and we'll go for drinks afterward. And discuss
stuff.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Live from the courthouse steps.
Okay. I was trying to do something.
Go ahead.
Okay. I hit something by mistake. Sorry about that, Sandy. doing too much. Too much these people that be these spammers in here.
Yeah, I see a little trouble here and there.
Yeah. I see trouble up here.
If people want to come in and, get down, why don't they come up here?
Oh, they try, honey. Believe that.
Oh, you're watching the gate.
Oh, I got the gate.
You're the gatekeeper.
But the point is, can you get in the gate?
That's right, because you're the gatekeeper.
I am the gatekeeper. And the gate got twine on it.
A double lock.
Yeah, Candace style.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Double knotted.
Chain laying in the gravel. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I was trying to hit somebody to block them out. One of the spammers, and had hit your name by mistake.
Yes, Andy.
Stephen King is going to be the writer and producer of their movie. Honey, Stephen King will be somewhere in a nursing home.
Even Stephen King don't want this story. It's weirder than Children of the Corn.
Stephen King said, honey, I'm in assisted living. I got time for this nonsense.
No, thank you.
That's right. And now here come Ann, Lord. Ann, you late. Come on, who is Leslie? That's a good question. Who is she?
Supposedly a friend of Allie's. They were tight at one point. Tight no more.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
So
Leslie was the one that told off on Candace for making those boys lay face down.
So why did they fall out? So I wonder, why did they fall out?
Well, the beginning of that story seems to all roads lead at some point to Jose.
She was a nurse friend of Allie's, but later not a nurse. Huh?
Nurse friend of Allie's, but later. Oh, but not a nurse any longer.
I thought you were trying to say she was a real nurse. I don't understand what y'all saying. Well, I doubt they be working together now. Listen, they worked at Wally World together.
There you go.
Leslie worked at Walmart with Leslie, the nurse. Yeah, right. Oh, Lord, here we go. Okay, Rags said, yes, she lied.
Well, if Allie's ever laying up in a hospital.
Rags hit the link. I hate when y'all start doing all that texting and stuff and people trying to understand what you're saying.
Make the jump, Rags. Come on up here.
Yeah, but your cowboy boots on.
Ride the pony.
Okay, Becky. I didn't know. I thought it was somebody else. Because they likes to infiltrate.
Whew.
Oh, there she go. Hey.
BLQ.
Where you calling from?
Gate City, Virginia.
Oh, how you doing, honey? I have to be careful because when it's all black screen, there's a certain person that likes to try to get up here and use a certain person's name that's in the storyline. So we have to be very careful about that. How you doing? What you got to say about this latest content? I'm gonna step away for a minute and let you and who done it hold it down for us for just a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, what was on your mind there, kiddo?
Wait, hold on. I'm new to this, so give me a second.
That's all right. Take your time. I got nothing but patience.
So, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Okay,
actually.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, I'm local. Like, I literally live 20 minutes.
I was just going to say that's, you jumped off. Come back. You must have hit something. I know this drill. I done fell out of this panel many a time.
What happened?
She fell out.
Lord have mercy.
She was trying to get set up. I think she'll be back. She just was trying to get her set up going.
Guess she lived next door to Candace.
Candace pulled the plug, cut the wire.
Yeah, she had blood city cards. I can't do this. Oh, Lord.
I bet Don would love to use his wire cutters on about half these programs out here. I know what I'll do. Yeah. Well, we know he don't know anything about electricity. For seeing how he wired that house.
He don't know what, girl.
He doesn't know much about electricity, so I'm not too worried about it.
Man, I wouldn't go to sleep up in there for nothing. Do you hear me?
I would not either, not for 5 seconds. I wouldn't take a nap in there.
Wake up, I'd be smelling like damn barbecue.
I would have to I'd have to go home, take a shower, burn my clothes, you know.
I'm just saying, with all those wires running, that's what I'm talking about.
I know. I would think
that's dangerous.
Yeah, filthy and wires and one little spark and that place is gone in 30 seconds.
So that's why it's more to it than just, okay, the house isn't clean. You're talking about wires running around. Anything can happen when you have loose wires. Everybody knows that.
See, because of the presence of those kids, we have an idea that this is a family dwelling, but I just see it as a crack house.
Say what?
You know, a crack house. You know how they'll find an old abandoned house?
You said you see it as that?
I'm sorry, say again.
You said you see it as that?
Yeah, that's how it, that's the impression I get. We see a family in there, but that doesn't mean it's a family dwelling used for family purposes. You know, we're trying to make Leave It to Beaver out of these people, and it just ain't happening.
There'll never be no Leave It to nobody. No, ma'am.
Now she's back.
Okay, honey.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
I'm so new to this.
That's okay. Just you can block out your background just to turn off the camera. It'll have a button where you can push turn off camera.
Yeah, there.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you believe the allegations that against Miss Allie that she did not see Summer Wells in the car on June 15th? And I'll let y'all take it from there.
I'm kind of on the edge about everything.
Okay.
Well, how do you feel
about the person coming forward 7.5 months later?
I think that's bullshit.
Okay. All right. Y'all chop it up. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Okay. So you think that's no way you're believing this recantation of her earlier statement? You don't believe, but you believed her the first time when she said she saw her, right? Because in the first interview she did with Chris McDonough, she said she walked out there and she saw Summer. Do you believe that that's true? Or you think she lied both times?
That's again, I mean, we've heard so many stories.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So many different tales.
True.
I don't know. I don't think Allie's involved.
Right.
And I think maybe if she walked out there to the truck and maybe she did see Summer.
Yeah. So once Allie has said that she saw Summer, and the most recent thing that has been released in the last 24 hours is she's saying she's sorry she said that because she didn't go out there and she wasn't telling the truth about seeing Summer. So which one do you think she's telling the truth about?
Well, I think if she changes her story.
Yeah.
Like, people don't change stories if it's the truth. You change stories when it's a lie.
That's a good point. But what if the truth would have got you in a whole lot of trouble? And then you just decided, oh, I need to back out of this.
Well, when it comes to a 5-year-old girl, a baby girl.
Yeah.
Well, you can't lie. If you want to lie, then you're guilty. Everybody's guilty.
Yeah. So you're inclined to believe that she did not see Summer in that vehicle. And this is the truth, that she did not see her.
So again, I'm on the line. We hear so many stories.
I know that. We certainly do. And it's hard to keep up with what's the latest lie anybody has told. We've been lied to so much in the beginning. Everybody has a level of confusion about the whole story.
Yeah.
So I was just trying
in my personal opinion, when it comes down to it.
There you go. What's your personal opinion?
I think, and if they become innocent or whatever when all this ends, I will take everything I say back.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, I honestly think that poor girl was involved in some kind of injury, accident, and all these people are working together to like hide it.
I'm sorry, they're working to what?
To hide it.
To hide it, yeah.
So what all people are working to hide it?
I mean, just the immediate family, like
just the immediate
Dawn,
family. Okay.
yeah, not Allie and Hunter and all them.
Okay. Well,
just
do you
the
believe Boy H?
Yeah.
Do you believe Boy H?
I think he's a young guy. I have a teenage son.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I don't know. I think if enough pressure was put on him, if he knew something, he would spill his guts.
Okay.
Well, we don't know, but what he hasn't,
I think the only thing that he probably has not told is if there was hanky panky.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Y'all said it at the same time. Hey, Brittany.
Brittany. Good evening.
Brittany, is this allegation or the truth? Thank you, Q. Thank you so much. So, do you believe the allegation that you did not see the child on the 15th?
Who?
I think that they all lie, so there's really no telling.
Wait a minute, Brittany. Now, Brittany, wait a minute. You listen. You telling me you don't believe Allie saw the child on the 15th?
I don't really know. I'm not sure that I think it matters.
Really? Why not?
Because I feel like whatever happened to Summer happened once she got home. And it's not related to the swimming trip or...
Okay, because that's why I tell people that if we're going to say that the child never wasn't even in the backseat then the whole situation with H is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Because he's a part of the morning all the way up until the drop-off.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So he's in it. He's in it. Whether it's the truth or not, he's been put in it, rather.
Have you seen the interview with, well, not interview, but the chat with him and Benny Keys?
Who?
Hunter's dad.
No, I don't fool around with that type of trash. I'm down.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. I have a question, Queen. Did you see the Crime Story show from today or from last night?
Like what?
Did you see the Crime Stories Obsessed from today or from last night?
I just looked at the one she uploaded a few hours ago. I played the audio about.
Okay, I was in and out, so I wasn't sure. But you got to watch last night because last night she gives the full detail of everything the lady said, down to why they live in this house.
While I'm still got a little hair on my head, go on and break it down for me.
Oh Lord, this is my first time ever being on a panel. Okay,
well, you're doing great. You're doing great, Brittany. Go ahead.
That's the joy of the computer telephone thing. We don't see you. You ain't get ready to jump out to the screen and come in our living room. So you just sit back, cross your legs, and relax.
Yeah.
Come on.
So go ahead.
So it started with, I'm trying to think, kind of like, where is H now? She gave his location. Do you want me to say where that is?
She gave whose location?
H.
Oh, enlighten me.
Yeah.
Supposedly he is in juvenile. Something about some CPS issues. He wasn't wanting to go to school.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Who said that he's this
this same mystery lady?
Huh?
The same mystery lady that said what you heard tonight.
Oh, Emma, she said it. So, but I'm saying, who told her that he's in juvenile?
The same lady that told.
Oh, so
is that person's name Leslie?
Okay.
She mentions last night that it's not Leslie.
Okay. Oh, it's not.
I don't know. I don't know if that's just the same.
Yeah. So we got somebody else on the same block that want to talk. Okay, maybe it's
hey. I know y'all don't want to listen to Benny Keys bullshit.
I know, but why don't say his name on the live, please? Don't
sorry,
say his name, honey.
Sorry.
You'll call that devil over here.
But he had a live with H's dad.
Yeah.
And dad pretty much told everything about where he's at, how he got there, why he's there, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Did he say that he was getting in fights in the street out in front of his
Yes.
house with a girl?
Yes.
Wow.
She also said that Leslie came running out of the house because there was a big snake in the house trying to eat her rats.
I don't know about all that, but
I mean, like, it's very interesting. You should watch it.
Okay.
She never came on panel or anything like that. It was just her recalling what she was told.
So I'm a little bit confused here. Is this the same part of the woman who supposedly Allie told that she was sorry that she
Yes,
had
ma'am.
seen? This is the very same woman. Well, we were under the impression, led to believe by someone's statement earlier, that person's name was Leslie.
No,
saying this is a different person now coming out saying.
From what I think you played earlier, Emma was recapping the most important part of last night's show.
Right.
And that lady that told her that she didn't see Summer in the car is the same lady that's saying everything I just said.
Okay. Well, we don't know if it was Leslie or not. We've been told that it was Leslie.
No, she mentions that it's not Leslie. She does mention that they are not friends anymore, that Emma has tried to get Leslie to speak with her, but she will not.
So this person knows both Allie and Leslie?
That's people in the chat probably thinking it's Leslie because they fell out.
Okay. All right. I got you now.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know at one point I had seen something say Emma announced that they had fell out a few months ago, and she was trying to get an interview. So I don't know if that's the confusion, but either way.
Was anything divulged about why they fell out? Anybody know?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
She didn't elaborate on that part of their falling out.
Mm-hmm.
No, she did mention something you said earlier about the boys. You know how so maybe it wasn't Leslie, because she said the story that Leslie told about the boys having to lay on the pavement because they were in trouble, that she didn't think that was true, because something about that particular day, Candace's car was pulled all the way up to the front of the house, so there would have been no pavement available for the boys to lay on, this lady said. But I do recall Leslie saying something about it being the back of the house.
That's what I recall.
Right.
So not that car would have been blocking the back patio.
Right. Yeah. But this lady said she didn't think that was true. She went in.
So this is all just he said, she said kind of stuff
pretty
now.
much. Yeah, that's kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people.
So basically, this lady is saying that whatever Leslie said is not true.
Right.
Well, Leslie and Allison, as far as the not seeing Summer in the car, but yeah.
Oh, but you were saying something about the payment issue that Leslie lady said. So this other woman is saying that what Leslie said about the boys laying on the pavement, that's not true either.
Right.
Right.
That's what she said.
So who do you think this person is?
Described it, and when Emma described it there, she said something about in the front of the house, Candace's car was pulled all the way up to the front, whatever that means. So there was no room for anybody to lay, to have to lay on the pavement. But when I remember Leslie telling the story, she told it as something about some pavement behind the house.
Right. That's what I recall, because I saw that interview.
Or maybe there's something back there. Maybe there's a patio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
yeah.
I think this lady just may not know. And I think a lot of people are watching YouTube, kind of like the Dudley thing, and they're piecing together, they're hearing stories. And
yeah, but you're not supposed to do that. You don't go up on somebody's panel on something you don't know anything about.
I know.
That's something you can go into the news and you want to immerse yourself in a murder mystery or however, or somebody got shot and then go in there and lie and say, yeah, I saw him. He was running down 15th Street carrying a TV when you ain't seen nothing.
Right.
You don't do that. You're talking about people's lives. And the thing people don't understand about going around telling stories, you will be called to testify if it goes to court.
Exactly.
That's why you don't say nothing. That's why a lot of people, don't you know this is why people don't go to the police? Because they know they will have to go to court and people will know their government name.
Yep.
So I don't know what's the problem with all these people wanting to be walkie-talkies.
What I see is that there's a group of people out there that are trying to discount every piece of truth that they might hear.
Right.
They're working for the other team, basically.
Yeah, because at this point, we really don't know what's the truth.
Right. We're just sitting here trying to figure out the truth, but the reason you ask for receipts is that's a way to find out the truth.
This is bad. Real bad.
Yeah, it really is terrible to be churning this up right here at this moment.
Right before the birthday.
Right. Let's steal her spotlight one more time if we can. Good Lord.
You're right. Steal the spotlight. You said it.
Yeah.
Did anybody see the live?
So what, honey?
Did anybody see the live of the birthday visual that was done this week?
No, I didn't.
No,
I didn't watch it.
I'm working from home right now, so I've seen all kinds of stuff.
That's okay.
But anyways, it was really sad. Like, honestly, there may have been 10 people there total. I don't even know the YouTube channel that was live. I just hit the live button and I seen her streaming it. And there was maybe 10 people there, and that may be pushing it.
Wow, that's crazy.
It was. It was cute. They had it decorated really nice. The only person I recognized were the two men that originally would do the weekly visual.
Prayer. Yeah.
Yep. Those two, Robin.
So it was at the park.
I asked if Robin was there. Yeah.
The news said Borden Park was at a park, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody said only 6 people showed up. Okay.
Wow.
I believe, that's possible.
I'm very local to all this, and Borden Park is kind of a park in a lower. I don't want to say it without offending anybody. A lower class kind of place.
Okay, you mean low income area?
Yeah.
It was in like a small building, kind of at that park.
But what difference do it make about that? People go into urban areas all the time,
right,
to hold functions. I mean, I don't believe the crime is that bad where I'd be scared to walk up in that park in Kingsport.
I mean, I'm not trying to say anything bad. I'm really not. But there's a lot more areas, parks, places they could have went to have more participation, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well,
you're saying that accounts for the low turnout?
Well, yeah, because you got to remember, if this is the same place they've been doing it from the beginning, is it not?
I think so.
I'm not sure.
Is it close to the church?
Not really.
Not sure.
Not really.
Okay. Just curious.
Don't you think that'd been the appropriate place? I'm glad you said that, because frankly, that would have been the appropriate place to have it, considering that's where she went to church.
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
The church would have been the most appropriate place to have it.
Mm-hmm.
The church is supposed to be open to everybody, so it should have been no problem with strangers coming into church. They're not coming to spend the night.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my thing is that you have these people doing these prayer vigils, but other than doing the prayer vigils, what else are they doing?
I don't know.
It was sweet. They did like a candlelight thing outside after it was over, and they said a prayer. But they gave the lady, I have no idea who this lady was that was on the live. They gave her some flyers and stuff, but it was all based around summerwells.com or whatever it's called, Missing Summer Wells.
Yeah.
It was all based upon the family website.
Yeah.
Like the flyers weren't even up to date as far as the reward fund. I noticed a lot of different things. But yeah, because those are the approved photos.
Wow. Well, I'm sure it was well-meaning, however it might have turned out.
I still think it was odd that even when all this started, that it wasn't a great turnout for the area.
Right.
Because the Tri-Cities should have had way more people from Johnson City, Kingsport, Greenville. All those local places should have showed up in the beginning. So I did find that strange. They didn't have more of a turnout, considering, let's keep it real. This is a Caucasian child missing. That's strange to me.
Yeah. No, it shouldn't be strange.
I agree.
And at this point, 6 people, 10, that's dwindled all the way down.
So I honestly feel like like YouTubers literally have more concern about Summer than the locals here.
So that's why I kept trying to tell people in the beginning is that don't you find it strange that there is not an outpour of people raising hell over there at 110? But I also know that a lot of people don't like to get involved. And that's everywhere, whether it's the holler or New York, Chicago. A lot of people don't like to put their nose in stuff that don't concern them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, me as a person, I would do anything I could to find Summer, but I also have a job, I have kids, and I don't want to put myself out there. And I feel like maybe that's kind of the...
Well, that's what I'm saying. But my thing is, a prayer vigil, you don't have to get personally involved. You're just going to pray for the child. You don't have to be banging on the parents' door. You don't have to be all in their face, trying to be their best friend. And oh, what's your name on Facebook? You know, all that old nonsense. You're going to pray for somebody. And at the end of the prayer vigil, you go your way and they go theirs.
Yeah.
But these other people, they have not done that.
Oh, no.
Everybody wants a piece of the pie or whatever you want to call it pertaining to something else. I don't care if they're from Idaho, New York, Saskatchewan. Everybody wants to be immersed like they're personally involved. And I find it disturbing.
Oh, yeah.
Bottom feeders.
Yeah, it's very disturbing to me because that lets me know you have a very lonely life, that you feel like you got to immerse yourself in a case all the way in Tennessee. You want to help out, make some flyers. Put stuff up on your Facebook page. That's what you do. You on Facebook, share her story on Facebook. That's how it gets out the child's missing.
But you know how the best way you can help this child is to fly from Pennsylvania, Florida, and stand in the middle of the road in a holler where nobody's going to see you, and you know that's a joke.
That's all about just trying to be seen.
It's crazy.
That part doesn't bother me as bad as the going to the job site. Whatever. Yeah.
That was wrong. Yeah.
You know, put a little pressure. I'm good with that. I don't think that's something I would personally do. But going to
you want to go to the job site, Brittany? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, taking it to the job site's a different level. I feel like it put a lot of pity. Everyone started to kind of pity them after the Wells after that. Okay. They don't deserve that, in my opinion, either.
Well, they don't deserve it. Because you know what? This is what I've always said about going down to Tennessee, coming down here to Tennessee, because a lot of people don't really listen to the stuff I be saying. I know what I be talking about because I can piggyback off of the Petito case. You think you're doing the right thing until you get in and see it backfire, like what you just said. You thought you was going to raise hell to do this, get somebody to talk, but like you said in the flip, you got those people now, oh my God, they're fired, blah, blah, blah. So now that's somebody go dig in their pocketbook and send them some money. See, people ain't thinking. You're not thinking. You gonna help the people get more money.
Which I found that interesting too, because supposedly he said that he only got fired from that builder. Then the guy from, you played him the other night, the Asheville news reporter, Skyline maybe.
Stirring up stuff in the background.
I'm making sweet tea. I'm so sorry.
Look, you know that's a southerner up late stirring tea.
My baby boy, tea,
it's some sweet tea. It's good. Everybody loves sweet tea.
You can't sit outside and let the sunlight hit this door.
Yeah, it's raining like 24/7 right now. So I'm sorry.
Go ahead, honey. Go ahead, Brittany.
Yeah.
Oh, Don was saying that he got fired just from that particular builder. But when the Chad Nesbitt from the Asheville News, what was it? I can't remember. Skyline, Skyview, something.
He said we couldn't come to the vigil in North Carolina because I had to work.
Yeah, and he says that he calls the Tucker owner, and he says he doesn't work for him at all anymore.
I know. That's what I told the chat the other night. What's the truth? Because I said, depending on which interview you want to believe, who said what first? Because that PI guy you're talking about right there said he couldn't show up because he had to work. But then Tucker saying, well, he don't work for me. So which is it?
I think Tucker doesn't want to be involved in any more of it. I think he probably still works there.
Well, you still, if you can't say that, honey, because if you still hired him, you are involved because you still got him on the payroll.
Yeah, I think he lied to the guy.
Oh, I see what you said. Oh, to get him to get on.
Yeah, I think like he's had enough, but
Yeah.
I do think he's possibly still employed with him.
Yeah, because he said, "Oh, I'm complying with TBI." Blah blah blah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, well, we'll see. But this is what I want to know. If anybody got this information? Who told those messy boots where Donald was on that day?
Dudley. Yeah.
Dudley.
Dudley.
No, How would Dudley know he ain't been working for Tucker? Stay woke.
What do you mean hasn't been working for? You mean told him when they got him fired that day?
How did Messy Boots know where to find Don and Candy on that day?
Because Dudley told him. He spoke to somebody on the job site, is what was said.
The job site. So you saying he called Tucker and somebody told him?
Not necessarily Tucker, I think just a worker. There was a video that was released. I don't know. It was a while ago.
Okay, I want you to think about what you just said.
And he's in it.
No, listen. I want you to think about what you just said. What are the odds that the person Dudley called happened to be on the same site with Donald Wells?
Well, did you see all the other workers out there when they got him fired?
No, I didn't watch. I don't watch their content.
Well, I watched it. So yeah, there were more workers, and they weren't happy with them being there either. Well, the ones I saw, but yeah, there were other people. Apparently, it's like a new housing development, from what it kind of looked like. Like there's more than one house being worked on at the time.
So, but the point I'm trying to make is somebody gave up the goods to where to find Donald Wells. Who does?
Yeah, somebody did.
That's my point. And why would you do that?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
I mean, on the videos they made, they really like put it all on Dudley. But like you're saying now, how did Dudley know if he's not working for that company?
And really, maybe nobody knew. I mean, nobody told him. He may have just known that they're all still working in that development.
True.
I don't know, because it seemed like they were all just kind of in the same close little quarters, the people that were working in different houses right there all together.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys believe Dudley's statement?
About what exactly?
Or his story, just, I don't know, the Jose, I think that's from watching a lot of YouTube, and he hasn't been staying up to date.
The Jose stuff I don't believe. Possibly the little work issues they had. But once again, my thing with him is like with this mess we're talking about now. Why 6 months in?
Exactly.
You had ample enough time to say anything you want to say, or if you thought that Don was throwing shade without mentioning your name, however it goes, you could have spoke up months ago. Why are you all just not coming out? Santa Claus and came down the chimney, gave out all the gifts. Now y'all got something.
Sorry, I snorted.
That's okay.
We have a snorter up here. Not up here now.
Brandy 50-51, and you're gonna have to get up here together one night.
But you understand what I'm saying? You have to be leery of anybody that jumps out of a hat months into a storyline. That's just
right. And I really feel like all the people that are coming out, it's nothing that we don't really already know. I feel like, and I feel like a lot of people are watching YouTube, and it's just like they're fitting in little pieces.
What they're doing, what Candy and Don is doing. Had you noticed that's what Candy did in the beginning of the story?
Yeah.
She changed her version of what happened on that day according to what you all have been talking about.
What does Chris call that? They're adapting, is what he says.
Yeah, she did. That's what she did. That's why she, when she start talking to different people, every time she talked about that day, something new was added about that day.
I mean, I personally think no matter who gets thrown under the bus, I mean, I think some of these people has been drawn in because they didn't make the choice to be. They were made, they had to be because their names got thrown out.
Right.
But in my honest
Don
opinion,
threw the name out.
I think it's all on Candace, Grandis, and Dawn.
Well,
that's where the little fairy tale begins.
YouTube is not where I would have went with the story, though.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
If I wanted to tell something, I probably would have went to the news.
Yeah.
And say, hey, I got something I want to tell you. Like the way we were doing it before social media. You went to the news. You went to the news or the radio station or the newspaper or the news or the radio. You did not have Facebook, YouTube to go run and spread. You understand what I'm saying? That avenue wasn't available. So the only people available was the news.
Oh,
you want to give a version.
I was listening to the lady. I don't know who it was talking, like comparing this to Evan Boswell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, girl,
she's wrong for that. That man don't have nothing to do with that.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. I didn't like that.
And the locality and
that's a whole other county over. It's not to saying that a person can't work counties to commit crimes. We know people can, but they already got what they need over there in Sullivan County.
Oh yeah, they got her mama.
They got the mama. Exactly. But see, that's how rumors get started. Now imagine some gullible person come in the chat and listen at that.
Yeah.
And run right out of here and say, on Everyday Shenanigans, they said that man, he the one that killed that baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly how a rumor will get started.
That's my beef with, there are sites that are creating chaos and and lying and saying anything in the world to put a spotlight somewhere where certain people don't want the spotlight on something else. So they deflect and they try to distract and they lie to do it. And that bothers me because people are listening to multiple sites, and I think
and they
really
they carry that stuff from channel to channel.
Right. Yeah. It goes like a cancer because, and I keep saying, just because somebody's got a microphone and they're saying something, that person is not under oath. They're not going to get in trouble for whatever they say.
Yeah.
And so it's got so many people confused as to, well, who's telling the truth? So this room differentiates itself, and several others do, by really insisting that your source is correct, that whoever is saying it is a person that has proven themselves to be a trusted source. And if you have a certain criteria to go by, then you know how to separate all this stuff out.
Right.
But if you're just listening around, it all sounds good. It all makes a certain amount of sense until you get to digging into it and fact checking it. And then you find out, good grief, that was the biggest lie. So, but it sounds good.
Yeah. But see, a lot of the stuff that I hear, I don't put stock in everything that people carry. Because see, a lot of people get offended when I ask, well, where did you hear that? You can't get mad at me for asking that. You're repeating it.
Right.
Right.
You can't just walk up to somebody and start spinning stuff, and then you get offended because they're asking you, well, where did you hear it? Well, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, well, guess what? There's somebody gullible listening to that. And then you might be that gullible person that actually believes what you're spreading.
Right.
Because this whole case is based on he said, she said to me.
I follow so many channels for this case that I may listen to your live and feel one way. I go listen to another live. I'm like, oh, hey.
Yeah. Well, you just have to be able to discern about who's doing the talking and what's their motive for saying what they're saying.
Exactly. Right. And that's where people get tangled up.
Yeah.
You're listening to so many people speak and talk, and then you start saying, well, it sounds like it's the truth, and it sounds like it's the truth, and you really don't know what's the truth. Because even a creator can start to spin stuff and bend stuff and put out a narrative. Like somebody put out a narrative in their video I watched yesterday that said, is it possible that Allie could be behind getting rid of the child since she had a beef with Candace? Well, we had already heard that before, but all it takes is somebody gullible. They hear this content from this crime, this story obsessed person, and then they start meshing the two.
Yeah.
The next thing you know, they'll start spreading it. Yeah, she did it. She did it because now somebody's come forward saying she lied. She didn't see the kid and blah, blah. You know, my thing is, why would she take a child? She didn't even have a car.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's she going to get somebody kid? You have to use common sense.
Like she's going to get out of a car.
On a bicycle?
Climb that hill? I don't think so.
Shit. That woman can barely walk. You think she getting ready to go? Oh, man, please.
Well, that was also, you need to watch last night's live because that's also kind of mentioned.
Yes.
That's why, because I tell people, think before you speak. Make it.
I mean that she can not barely walk, but she can, I don't know, about however she has her house or something through the government. And you have to work a certain amount of hours, but she's not been able to work this amount of hours because she has major knee pain.
Yeah, you're gonna have knee pain. Yeah, but my thing is, I ain't about to sit there even before I think she took that kid. That don't even cross my mind.
No.
Yeah.
You need
gotta
to
think it through.
You need to go back and listen to BK's.
Why would I want to do that?
Conversation with you'll get a kick with H's dad. When he said he couldn't watch the video because he couldn't handle her belly flopping in the wind.
Well, I'm gonna just say this about that. Be careful there.
But he can handle. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're wandering off into little.
Yeah. I'll take it back. Sorry.
No, it's not that. It's just that I was saying to Queen not very long ago, when this story first broke, I was just looking for information. So I stumbled into this room and stumbled into that room. You know, I was just looking, gathering. But before long, I began to realize there's two different camps here. Two different storylines going on, two different scenarios. And that was just in the beginning. And so I came into Queen's room and she was asking people, where did you hear that? Why do you think that? Bring me a receipt, make it make sense. And I thought, okay, this room is after not sensationalism. We're trying to get to the facts to make things make sense. So I started cutting out a lot of those rooms where, listen, when I was in there, I thought that's entertaining. And gosh, that's pretty exotic sounding. And that's just weird. It's entertaining.
And I think that's something all people want to hear.
Right. Yeah. But it don't make it true.
Talking about in the chat. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to interrupt y'all. What are you talking about? Chose not to pay her Section 8. Come on now.
What? Yeah, something like she was paid for the interview that was said last night, too, that once she got that, no, something about the psychic that was at. I'm sorry, this is craziness. The psychic that was down at Don's house had money to donate to him or something like that. They could never see Don face to face, so they ended up getting up with Allie and giving her this donation. She doesn't know how much the donation was. Either way, she came in the house the next day with two big screen TVs, I guess. I don't know.
You know what I think about psychics? If these psychics know so much, how come they didn't know Summer was about to get in some trouble and run to stop it?
Or if they're so smart, tell us
where she is. That's the main one. Where she found?
Yeah. Yeah. Or know exactly where she is instead of, oh, she's on a cloud playing a harp. Okay, great. Thanks for the info. That's where I had to just stop and say, look, this is there's a lot of junk out here, and it's entertaining and it sounds somewhat plausible because people are swearing up and down. They know for a fact that this is how it went, that they talked to, like Queen says, Pookie Ray and Bubba Sue as their source. So they sound like they're backing up what they're saying, and you can sit there and be led to believe that thing they're saying, but they're deceiving you. And so you really got to be careful when you're listening. You better put your thinking cap on, because don't just buy it just because they said it. They're not under oath. I'm not preaching. I just learned this the hard way, and I'm just trying to save other people from.
But see, a lot of people are like that. I've met a lot of people who will put their stamp on anything somebody say. I know somebody that was like that. That every time you hold a conversation with them, they're going to tell you that no, it didn't go like that. No, I know because I know them. I know the sister, the brother. They always have to be right. They always have to know. And I told myself, you know what? It comes a time when I had to tell myself, I don't want to engage anymore with this person.
That's why I get, because I engage on.
You don't know if you're not there.
Yeah.
And these Johnny-come-latelys, you just got to really be suspicious of them.
Yeah, 7 months in.
Yeah, where were you 7 months ago.
7 months is a long time to just decide to come up and put your damn slippers on and decide to come outside and play. And tell
oh, she was putting on her formal wear. Is that what you said?
A croissant. I think I said a croissant. What is it called?
Was it date night?
Oh, Lord. Wait a minute. Croissant. I said a croissant. Yeah, I know. When I didn't go to bed. With a croissant around her wrist.
Oh yeah, getting ready, getting all done up.
Ooh, Jesus, I ain't even had nothing to drink. Let me stop.
I know. Well, it's hard when you had.
That must have been that ice cream got me talking crazy. But I'm just saying, people will tell you anything. People will tell you anything.
Oh yeah,
anything.
There's a reason they're called content creators. They have to create content. Mm-hmm. Now, Queen just pays attention to what these crazy people are doing, and we can comment every day because some clown jumps out of the car every single day. But she's not out here creating false content just to please an audience. Mm. And that's what other people are doing.
AB, I listened to AB, and he's the one that kind of directed me to the Queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And even when you take a few days off, for your trip, I missed you. I did. Like I'm on here scrolling every day. Like, okay, is she doing live? Nope. Is she doing live? Nope.
No, she ain't, honey. She was trying to get her groove on.
She was birthdaying out there.
I almost didn't get up tonight because I was going to do my Black History stuff, but then I went in the queue and I said, "Dang!" And I kept reading different stuff, and something it was like someone was tugging at me. I was like, "Man, these people will not let me get one day of rest to." You know what I'm saying? Not to be talking about this story. And I really was kind of offended that she made the video because it was kind of like, you could have uploaded this a day after.
Yeah, you could have held on.
Why would you do this a day before her birthday?
Yeah, let Summer have one moment.
One. At least just give the girl 24 hours.
Right, ACR. Yeah, they're just so thoughtless, so insensitive. These people don't have any sense of self.
I didn't like that at all because you knew that once you uploaded that content, that's all people were going to be talking about.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's all over. Damn. ACR, sister. You know what? I was thinking about something that Don B had said. I was watching his videos yesterday, and he made a valid point, which is the obvious. You two have been doing this for 14 years, 15 years of drinking, drugging, hooping, hollering, 911 calls, jail, blah, 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 getting tangled up with every Tom, Dick, and Harry, Mabel Sue. Aren't you tired?
Right. Yes.
Why aren't you tired? Don is almost 60 years old. Old enough to be Candace's father. Yes. So you ought to want to set an example for her. And yet, you are her husband, a boyfriend, whatever you are. What is the problem? Grow up.
Yeah.
You need to grow up. Candace needs to grow up.
They're both stuck in their teen years, and they're not going to grow out of them. I had a thought earlier, Queen, when you and AB were talking, like, why are they doing this? It's like, I've known alcoholics in my life, and I've known drug users.
Yeah.
And the one commonality that I see in that group is that they need to be miserable because that is their best first reason they reach to, I need a drink.
To go get high.
This justifies.
That's usually what pushes people once they've gotten addicted, let's say.
Yeah.
Once they've gotten addicted, that's a reason to keep going back.
That's right. They got to.
My car don't work. Oh, Pookie mad at me. Let me go get me a joint. Let me go get me let me go get me a crack rock.
Exactly. They will invent a problem.
Yes.
They will create a drama just to justify, okay, I'm checking out. I'm getting high, I'm getting drunk.
But addicts bring problems. They make stuff up.
Yeah.
They always got shit going on. They're looking for stuff. They get into stuff. They'll drag you into stuff. They're the most dangerous creatures on earth, I'm telling you.
Right. And they're the most highly manipulative people on earth.
Yes, they are.
An addict cannot live with another addict. I used to be a drug addict. I'm 12 years sober. 12 years sober.
Well, bless your heart. Thank you. Good for you.
And it would never happen if I had not left my ex-husband. Because
You couldn't have gotten sober?
Cannot live together.
Did you?
Okay.
Okay, I was trying to say one addict cannot live with another one. If one addict is trying to get clean, right?
No.
Period. That's not going to work. Period. Everybody knows that it's not going to work.
And luckily, I met an amazing man that went through stuff with me, going to rehab, detoxing, and here we are 10 years later, going strong.
Well, that's wonderful.
A good thing.
I'm proud of you. Good work.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the human race.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at Don and Candace. They're both addicts.
Yeah, because I had caught myself when I said, I don't know if I said it yesterday, last night in the live, when I said they have to be miserable. But then I thought about that. Maybe I'm eating my own words. Maybe they aren't miserable. Maybe they like it. I don't know.
As long as the party's going on,
I think it's all they know.
It's like, when the cocaine starts running thin, everybody starts getting mad at each other. So
that's when he makes the calls. That's what's when it starts running low, tempers run high.
Yeah.
And that's when
get that energy out.
Calls to YouTubers.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, he has to make himself.
It's what's familiar to them. That's all they know is chaos.
Yeah, that's it. They feed on it.
And let me make this clear. You don't have to be an addict to be chaotic. You can also be
that's the truth.
Half-assed, a sociable person, pretending to maintain in this world, and you're walking around just as dramatic as somebody that's got a lot of drugs, drinking problems. Because there are a lot of people who don't imbibe and don't get high, and they're just like a $2 damn soap opera. Every day it's something.
They need drama.
Spookyville, Bubbleville.
Yeah.
It's all day long.
That's an addiction itself. Being addicted to drama.
I got to be in something. I got to stir up something. I got to be an eyewitness. I got to be in the mix.
Right.
Exactly.
Do you ladies think
people understand that addiction? Everybody thinks addiction. They think about drugs, alcohol. No, there's so many other forms of addiction.
Oh, there's all kinds of addictions.
Yeah.
Addiction, drama.
Yes, a drama. That's what I'm saying. You could be a drama queen and not have ever touched a drug in your life.
Yeah, addicted to shopping. Of course, they're
everything.
All kinds of things you can get yourself addicted to. Right.
I say some of y'all addicted to YouTube.
I don't do drugs, but
go over there. Go. Oh, you got to see what he said. You got to go over there. Let me give you the link. Oh, and I just be like, damn, what the hell is wrong with you? What is this wrong? See, I don't get excited like that, and people don't understand why I don't. I don't have to.
You choose not to.
Because I know the old saying about seek and ye shall find.
There you go.
Yes.
Sometimes looking is not in your best interest. But see, you all are in the chat and you want to see what Pookie said and Ray and Bubba John, what he said. I get that.
Blind trapeze people.
But it goes back to what Udella said. After a while, you're listening. It all starts to run into each other, and you really don't know what you're listening to.
True.
Yeah.
Because you got too many people talking. So now you're trying to really figure out, well, that don't sound like what he said. And then she said that he didn't say that. And well, now, oh my gosh, somebody jumped out of an airplane yesterday. And oh my God, the parachute broke. And I just don't know what to do. And somebody would be listening to you like, what the hell is you talking about? It's on YouTube. When you get your ass up and go take a walk, get your tail out that cell phone. That's how sickening this
YouTube ain't the Bible. It ain't the Bible.
Yeah, because people, I'm sure, walk in and hear people talking and fussing and talking out loud to themselves and wondering, what you watching all my children? Now I'm watching YouTube. What?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Yep.
It's out of control. In this case, it's sickening.
Yeah, it is. It's.
I would have never expected it to go this long without a suspect, arrest, or a body, either alive or deceased. I would have never imagined it going this long.
Do you think anything will happen on Monday when he goes to court? I do not. I think it'll be continued, possibly.
No continuations now.
They don't do that?
You want to continue court if you got a lot of folks in the court and you ran out of time.
But if you have a lawyer, can he have it continued? Or couldn't he use his summer excuse
Well, usually the lawyer is the one that can do the best willing and dealing, so the lawyer be the one to cut it down probably that same day.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he has a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, who would work for somebody that wouldn't listen?
Who's going to represent him?
But he wouldn't listen. So a lawyer would have no use for him. That's the whole purpose of an attorney. Right. Attorney will tell you strictly, stop talking.
Yeah.
Well, and it's very rare that you get a DUI on a live video as well.
Okay, so that's my point. And then you made a public apology. So you can't even go in court right now and say, they ain't got nothing on me. I wasn't drunk. Well, wait a minute, sir. You just put a public apology up on your page and this and that. But why would you apologize for something you didn't do? So this is why I told you Don's a fool.
Yeah, but politics down here where we are at, like I said, I literally live 20 minutes from the Wells.
Okay.
And down here, the mayors, the DAs are elected, what am I trying to say? They get elected to their positions.
Okay, I know about the sheriff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So, if he finds a good lawyer, even a lawyer that gets appointed to him as a public defender, if they come up with one reason to postpone it, it'll happen.
I do know I'm in North Carolina, so I do know that it can in North Carolina. Only because I personally know someone, and it was continued almost for a whole year. And I have no idea the reason that they used. I know the reason that was the person was underage, so they were trying to wait till she was closer to 21 to actually go to court because it would look better. But at the same time, I have no idea what was told to the court for them to continue it so long. But I don't know how that works. And
excuses is what can get stuff continued. They're trying to get the kids back. They need somebody. The mother's sickly. She's got this type of disorder. She broke her thumb. Her big toe swells up in the middle of the night. That's what we get it continued. Making up a bunch of bullshit going to the court.
Well, you've seen it yourself if you followed Evelyn Boswell. Look how many times that case has been put off.
Well, I do know they had a lot of information. I do know that when they first, arrested her, they did say they have a lot of evidentiary material.
This little girl.
You have to think about how long it takes to gather all that up, plus hand it over to the defense. They've got to go through all of that, so that may take a lot of time. Getting somebody to go through all that, deciphering all that, what to use, what you can't use. Because I do remember them saying that. They had a lot of material on her.
Well, and I feel like it's kind of the same in this case.
She ain't going nowhere, baby.
I feel like this is, with a DUI, that's completely different. I feel like
it's gonna go to trial. Believe me, it may take a while. But whatever the hell they doing over there in Sullivan County, homegirl gonna stand before 12 minutes.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, she's going.
And I hope it's live.
My thing is, if they have evidence against Dawn and Candace, everybody wants to know. Oh, what are you doing? You're not doing nothing. Blah blah blah. Yeah, they may have all the evidence they need, other than the one part that connects them to it.
Well, once they charge them, that starts the clock. Everybody is entitled to a speedy trial.
Huh?
Hold on a minute. Teresa, what's your problem in the chat? Now what the hell's going on?
I'm not watching chat, so I have no idea.
I'm trying to figure out what is she fussing about. Damn. Lord have mercy. I hope ain't none of y'all down in that chat smoking. Because I'm trying to figure out why is she all of a sudden fussing. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, ladies, it's been great.
Thank you, honey. Thank you for coming.
I've got a teenage boy. I've got to wake up in the morning.
I guess so. You can guzzle down some of that damn iced tea you done made.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Well, good night to you, and thank you for coming up.
You guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did great.
Bye, honey.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 3 hours in, 3:03. Y'all, thank you, Wards. Thank y'all for the compliments. Thank you so much. Oh Lord, what are they talking about? Teresa said, "I'm okay. I'm dealing with with a shitload here. Well, we don't know what you're dealing with. That's what you forgot. What is they down there? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's amazing how y'all can have these winded conversations in a chat.
I know. I had so much I wanted to say tonight, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to do it.
Well, what is it else that you'd have left out?
No, I'm just saying, like, I wanted to say, like, I wanted you to watch the video that was released last night. I was like, I just got to go on panel.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you talking about the lady who I just watched, Emma? Go check out the live.
Yes, from last night.
Trucker was in here. He was in here. Go ahead, honey.
Yeah, it was from last night. I think it was a live that she did.
Okay.
But it gives more information. Like, I feel like
Rags, drop the link. I'm gonna give y'all a few more minutes and I'm gonna check out here because y'all getting your panties all twisted up. I don't know what y'all got going on down in that chat. Y'all be on some stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I've watched you for like a year now, but I never really chat either.
Well, go ahead. You saw the live, and what did you want to tell me about the live? Thank you, Rags.
Well, nothing. I just wanted you to see all the information that the lady was saying about H, and then about the, supposedly the story that Leslie told wasn't true about the pavement. There was a few different things that she said. I possibly am leaving some stuff out.
Yeah.
Well,
but at the end of the day, I'm really not sure that any of it matters, in my opinion.
Well, and that's the whole point is it going to matter? Because what did I just say? Somebody just carried a bone to a YouTuber, another bone, and now we got to wait to see if a bone collector is going to jump up.
The bone man is coming. Oh, if Lord.
A bone collector will jump up and refute what was said because it's on its way.
Yeah, exactly. And then somebody's going to jump up and refute that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So next we wait to see what Allie has to say.
Anybody on that 747 got a parachute? I hope they don't.
Something. There's a door already got an opening. It's just a matter of flying open. Everybody over there. I hope y'all got y'all seatbelts on.
I hope so too. Well, I hope it's something cracks open and sucks every one of them out. That'd be my wish.
I mean, these people just take it to a whole new level. It's like, what in the world is going on?
You know those flights that are always disappearing? They can't find them. Don't know what happened.
Yeah, like Twilight Zone movie.
Yeah, that'd be a help. We might actually learn something if all the clowns would button it up for us.
Let me tell you what they should do. Everybody that's been jumping out of the clown car, the Winnebego, and now the airplane, load everybody up on that plane and land it right there on that 11 acres, 110 being landing way.
Oh my Lord, yeah.
Ben Knott's landing way. Just take that plane and land it right there, and you can't get in or out. As
drop
Candace
on
said.
in.
As Candace said, there's no in or out. Just stuck there.
Just there. Ooh, that's some good Twilight scripting right there.
Oh, hey.
I like that.
I got to go to the Dollar Tree. Sorry.
No, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
No Dollar Tree, no Modelo, no marijuana, no nothing. So Candace ain't got no groceries. I guess you're going to have to learn how to till the land.
And that's the funny thing about the abduction story. Like, how would anyone know how to maneuver through that home? I mean, no.
Because guess what? You wouldn't even expect. That movie is just like that Halloween before the last Halloween. Do you know that the Halloween before last, she had a kitchen made the same way with a island sitting in the middle of the floor, and when you pushed it out of the way, it had a landing, went down into the basement. Do you know what I watched it a few months ago? I was screaming.
Oh my God, yeah, I'm sure
I
you
said,
were.
oh my God, this is Rogersville. Somebody bring me a hammer. And do you know Michael Myers was smart enough to know that it was a landing up under that damn makeshift countertop?
Okay.
Because he shook it. And you hurt me. I was in here screaming like I was on fire. He started shaking it, and I started screaming, leave it alone, stop it, leave it alone. And he kept on shaking it. And I thought, oh my God, he knows now. He pulled that damn thing back and stood right there on the top of this landing, and she pulled up that rifle. Boop. I was like, Lord, why didn't somebody have a gun in this storyline?
Isn't that the truth? That's a major
but
part
we know
to leave out.
That never happened that a child was taken from that basement.
Wow.
No one took that.
No.
You watch that movie, you will think of Rogersville when you see that makeshift damn countertop sitting on top of that damn basement stairs. Oh my God. I thought.
Do you reckon that's where Don got the idea?
I think it's because it's an old house. Like that was an old house. That's why that is made like that. That's just maybe something the way they did old houses.
My thought was it's Don's escape hatch. If the police come busting in the door, he jumps behind the bar and disappears. It's what it looks like, some kind of getaway place.
Well, but they're gonna still know to go in there, even if you had the stairs barricaded and covered. That door sitting there, obvious, and you're gonna see that as soon as you drive up.
Yeah, but he's out. He's down the dog trail by then.
You know what?
That he didn't know about.
Okay, not the dog trail. You are so funny. Hit the link, you guys, if you want to give your opinion before I check out of here pertaining to the allegations against Allie. Somebody has decided to come forward to say that she did not see Summer Wells in the back seat of that SUV on June 15th. It's a bar counter. Please stop. Good night,
Dungeon
Patty.
drop. CR says it's a dungeon drop.
Y'all see.
I know.
But
I admit it. I admit
can't imagine walking down there. Let me tell you something. I don't like closed quarters, and I don't want to duck doing nothing.
No, I couldn't do that for sure.
Mm-mm. No, I don't want. Do
and
that.
to walk down that, and to knowing how they drink, to walk down that every night.
You talking about damn?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't do that.
Listen, your ankle, elbow, everything got to be broke. And we know you probably want to go to no doctor.
And she took Krista McDonough down that way.
Do you know that was the most embarrassing? That was the most embarrassing video I have seen to date of a real life.
I wonder what made her do that. To let him come to that house.
Move out of the way, because this was ridiculous. There is no way in hell I would let that man come in my house.
No way.
You couldn't even welcome him with a pair of concrete stairs.
No, I was so embarrassed. That was hard to watch. I was embarrassed for her. I was embarrassed for him.
Come on, come on down. My husband tall, Don tall. I mean, just like it was matter of fact, we don't care.
Like isn't this what everybody's house looks like?
Yeah.
Isn't this normal?
She really must feel that that's okay, because
from Friday the 13th, that's how they all look. Sure do.
Yeah. So
why she would have let him come there?
See, this goes to show what I've been saying. They never cared for themselves. You have no gumption to care for yourself. You let somebody walk in that place and see how that whole property looked from the edge of the driveway.
The driveway, yes, that's what I'm. Yep,
you're talking about a broke up driveway. Tear your damn car up going up there. God, you bought you some good Michelin tires. Oh, hell to the now. You come back down, you got 2 busted tires. Now you got to call the damn tow damn side of that. You understand what I'm saying?
My car disappeared coming up the driveway.
No stairs.
Fell off
on those mattresses.
You in a deluxe studio. Well, what room is this? Well, here's your kitchen, bathroom, bedroom.
No kidding.
You know, not a curtain up, not a blind.
That's what I said. That's what I was saying a while ago. This is not a family dwelling.
It's just breathing, man. They are just breathing. Bunk beds with no linen. Where they do that at?
They just live day to day.
So let me guess. It was wash day that day too?
Oh, absolutely.
And they put it all on the table and everywhere else.
If it wasn't, it should have been.
Lord, somebody said school bus. Please stop, Beth. I'm sure it's never been clean. But let me tell you something I thought about last night when I was listening to Don B talk about how Don came to acquire the house. Mm-hmm. He was saying that the mother had called Mercer, allegedly. Because
imagine that.
He said, yeah, that's what he's saying. You know, the house is nasty, it's probably how she called it. But you know what I thought to myself? That house is dilapidated probably when the mama had it. A house ain't go downhill overnight.
Right. No doubt about it.
She was living the same way.
That house hadn't had any love at all.
The product of their environment.
Yeah, living the same way, because you can look at the outside and see that's not even a fully built house. That's just shit just thrown up. So mama was living probably worse than that back in day.
Well, this is how I feel about it. That, of course, it's a ramshackle looking house. If she had stepped up some real steps and opened the door and it was clean and everything was in its place, even though it's, not the best looking house, I could have respected that. I could have thought, okay, you're making the best of what you've got.
Yeah.
But when you're not making that.
I'm not going to give you $600 a month on nobody's car and live like that.
Right. You know what
you can do with $600 times 12?
You can hire a maid.
In 1 year, that's $6,000+. Think about this though. You just gave a car lot over $6,000 in a year for a car note. That's money you could have put toward fixing your house up.
Yes, absolutely.
You could have had stairs built. You could have had railings built. Nice door put up. Linen on the beds. Towel put on the floor.
He does drywall, for God's sake.
That's what I'm saying. So there's no excuse for that house to look like that. That's bullshit. That's why I say that house been looking like that. Because who you want me to believe that his old mother had a nice looking house and then he acquired it and then tore it down to a shack? That makes no sense.
Right.
No, she was living the same.
Right. If it'd been clean, I could have dealt with that, but nope.
But my thing is, why do you have all this stuff on the property? Just any damn thing you could think of. Washing machine, dryer,
like the junkyard. He could probably make a killing.
Well, that's all you got to do is haul it off. Who get ready to haul off a school bus? Who going to pull in?
Think of all the scraps, the metals.
Need a tractor trailer to haul the school bus.
Yeah.
I'd love to know how they got that bus up that hill.
Come down here and get that school bus.
Well, that was the first clown car probably, and they wore it out.
Look, somebody said buy some Fabuloso. Baby, we passed Fabuloso. This is straight bleach.
Yeah.
Bleach, water, and a gas mask.
But the thing is, he works in the construction business. Now, I know drywalling is his thing.
But that's why it's no excuse for the house to
look like an electrician.
We know he can build. We know he can build because we saw those pictures of Summer out there straddling those beams.
Yeah.
So we know he knows how to frame. And once you frame up, then you do drywall. It could have looked so beautiful. Well, maybe not beautiful, but livable. A home, a family dwelling.
There's no way when somebody have a talent like his house should be immaculate.
Yes. He should insist on it being.
You see how that house has a circular drive? His house actually should be facing the road as the drive comes up.
Correct. Yes.
That drive should be going around to the back of the house. He could have a mansion up there. He don't give a fuck. That's the problem.
That is. Yeah. That's the glaringly obvious thing.
All that land, you could have a built-in ground swimming pool, everything.
But they don't have gold.
Save your money. Put the money down. Pour a hole in there and make a pool for your kids. Anything. They don't care about nothing.
Could have done so much with that beautiful. It's a beautiful piece of property if you can imagine it being cleaned off.
Right. That's just plain lazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they're truly happy with living day to day.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Drug to drug.
Life, because it's easy for me to say, why aren't you miserable? Why aren't you miserable? In some degree, yeah, they're miserable, but they like the way they are living because they have continued to do so. And the sick part is that they continue to do so with their children. They have no regard for their children. But as I said, self-preservation is first. Why am I going to worry about these damn kids when, hey, I don't care about me. I ain't bathing. I ain't combing my hair. I ain't getting a haircut. I ain't trying to fix the house or stir. I don't care about having a real kitchen, a real stove, refrigerator, stainless steel, appliances, cabinets to put the food in. What I care about, because I got vices for one.
Well, that doesn't serve any purpose because where the money goes is to drugs and alcohol.
But don't you look stupid getting high for drugs and then you paying a $600 car note? When did you ever know somebody get high gonna pay $600 for a car note? They gonna try to get the cheapest damn car they can get down that road.
That exactly.
So I thought that was kind of strange.
Well, it is. That is another oddity.
That's very odd. $600 and you get high and drunk and you living in a shack.
Right. So
imagine somebody following you home thinking, oh, they got a nice little Subaru, and then pull up to that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You'll be like, you stole that car. You ain't driving. You either stole it or you driving a rim. What the hell?
Yeah.
and your child is missing and you choose to get on all these panels every night.
Yeah.
I really
Right.
had the thought the other night. My
Donna
husband
Wells
hates hearing me talk
Donna
about it.
Wells shouldn't been talking to nobody but WJHL or Channel 10 News. Somebody he ain't had no business talking to no damn YouTuber.
And how do you go? Your daughter's been missing almost 7 months. How have you slept for 7 months?
The same way you were sleeping when you was
obviously, and you never cared.
Down.
You could have never cared because I have a son. I couldn't imagine.
The vodka and the H and whatever he get high on is helping him sleep just fine.
Yeah.
He probably get crunk every night.
Sad.
He's a functioning addict. I can get high, drunk, smoke my stuff, get right on up on time, get down the highway to my job, do my job, and then come on back, get ready, get turned up again.
Yep. And he doesn't sleep; he just passes out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he just.
But I picture my son being missing, and I don't feel like there's enough alcohol. I don't know. Like I just can't. I don't even know how I would be 7 months later. But I don't know. It's sick.
Well, don't try to think like a logical person. It'll drive you nuts with this case.
Say what? Who done it?
I said, don't try to think like a logical person because this case will drive you nuts if you do.
It's obvious. It's obvious. You can't. Now look at what you're talking about. 16,000 stimulus.
Well,
and I have no doubt he probably makes good money. And if that house was given to him by his mom, it's probably paid for. They probably have to pay the property taxes and then whatever his $600 a month. I mean, they should have some money to do something with.
Yeah, because like Don was saying, Don B was saying, he don't owe nothing on that house, as far as we know, because it was willed to him, and, unless he didn't have to go get a mortgage out for a loan or something. But let's say he owned it outright, don't owe nothing against it. You just been goofing off for nothing.
That's amazing. A lot of people would love to have that luxury.
That's why I said, even if it's just a small house, as long as it's yours, that's the beauty in having it. It's mine.
It's nothing like having something that's yours and it's paid for.
Exactly. So you doing a disservice to yourself and your kids to be sitting up here on the land you own, the house you own, and you won't even fix the damn house to be livable for you and your kids. Like I said, they can have a nice spread up there and ain't spent a whole lot of money. It's just BS.
Yeah.
It's just BS.
They have to build a mansion, just something livable. Mark says they're all zombies, and I could believe that.
They're definitely a different breed.
Get close to believing they're zombies.
But you know what? I looked at her in that one picture of her and Don. He had his hand on her shoulder, and this was she had that blue jean jacket on. She has no smile in that picture. And I looked at her and I said, "That's the devil. Nobody will make me believe different. That heifer did something to that baby." I'm looking at her because this is why I keep trying to tell everybody about true crime. All these stories you see on the news and documentaries, those people killed them damn folks. Why do you think it'd be any different in Rogersville, Tennessee?
Right. Why are we trying to think up any other scenario?
Yes. When you see people missing every day, didn't some black boy just kill his baby?
Oh my gosh, 2 days old.
Okay, so why? Right. So point blank, why are you arguing over this woman and this kid? That it's got to be an accident. You only think it's an accident because she told you she took her to a swimming hole. Had she not told you she went to that swimming hole, I think you think different.
Yeah. And if Don hadn't said she was kidnapped, she was what's the word he used? Taken.
Donna, stop it.
So he started that narrative really early, and so that confused everybody. Okay, maybe she was abducted. I think.
I'm going to tell you, no. What do they have? 11 acres. So we have 14 acres, and I will be the first to admit I'm always used to living in the city where there's a Target, there's a store next door.
That's what I said.
Whenever we got married,
that's why they don't live in the city, because he'd be dead if he had to live in a regular neighborhood. They kill him.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
But when I got married and we moved out here and he bought this land, I have no neighbors. You can't see anybody out here.
Yeah.
I was scared to death. We had a pond. We have a pond. I used to tell my mom, "Oh my God, somebody's going to come and break in," because my husband works out of town during the week. "And you're going to find me swimming in this pond. This is so scary." It took probably 2 years for me to learn. Nobody's coming down here. If you come down here, you know us. And so she was not.
Tell people about this type of living.
She was not abducted. I mean, you have a better chance of that living in the city where you're living in an apartment or something. No, nobody abducted that little girl.
No.
And if so, they knew who exactly who was.
We got kids missing around these parts. No, we do not. Because I ain't heard of no kids. If somebody right now got a child missing around here, it's because they ain't told nobody. They didn't lie to the child in New York or Idaho with an auntie or uncle. It ain't that they went and reported them missing.
Right. Absolutely.
It's full of shit.
No. And what are you going to do? But what are they doing? I now have a really hard time believing the sex trafficking, and maybe that's me just being naive.
Well, I like that too. I don't dwell on that sex trafficking either, because I go by what I see every day on the news. I go by statistics. That's how I weigh my opinions.
I mean, there's people saying the shaved head means something. The purple mailbox means. I can't.
Like you said,
I can't get down with that.
I go by what you say, what you don't say, how you act, and the statistics. And all of that has led me, my own opinion, you did something to a she. That's my opinion.
And my son, if we were outside and I turned my back for 2 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There's no particular reason. And there's no way.
Yeah. The dogs went to the Piggly Wiggly. All the dogs got up and said they needed a beer. And they just all went down in a radio flyer and rolled down the road.
And she says she left and she drove back down into the holler as far as she could go. Oh, so an abductor would go all the way down to the right to the holler. They wouldn't try to escape because that's a dead end. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm going to say what I got to say because I know I'm hiding something. So I got to say something.
Yeah, I got to eat up some time.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep saying it to make you believe that I'm telling you the truth. Doesn't mean that is the truth. But you know the old saying, if I say it enough, they'll believe me.
That's right. The bigger the lie.
I believe they believe their own lie at this point.
I don't know. You think they believe their own lies? Who done it?
No. I think they want to believe.
I think they hope that I think they hope we would.
Right. Oh, definitely hoping we're going to be buying that.
They are sinking sand. They're just like I said, hoping that don't nobody.
Right.
Wells, Donna Wells. That's what they hope they don't ever get.
In the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night.
Yep. That's probably going to how it's going to happen.
I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Oh, that was my favorite live when you told that story.
About what?
About them creeping up the driveway when they're laying.
I'm getting ready to go there now. Either the Reaper gonna come with a cake, or somebody gonna come with some overalls.
Yeah.
Or it's gonna be the sheriff. Take your pick, TBI. But somebody coming up that driveway, and they gonna come correct.
Yeah. Payday's coming.
I'm telling you right now, I don't care how cocky they act and appear, I would be scared shitless to be in that same house knowing I did something to my damn kid. There's no way I would lay my head in that shack.
Right. Yeah.
I'd sleep with one eye open.
I'd go pack that shit up, sell it, and go get me a studio somewhere. I would not sleep in that house.
Yeah. One eye open.
Because retribution is here, honey.
Yeah.
When I was little, my grandma used to tell me, oh, I didn't lock the door. And I'm like, Nana, you need to lock that door. I ain't worried about that. The good Lord's got me. It took me a long time to understand what she was talking about. But I got it now. Yeah. And that's what they need to worry about.
There is no way. And then you're talking about in the middle of the night when it's dark, it's so quiet here, because it's not like the city when when it's quiet in the dead of night, damn well you could hear every chirp, little bug crawling on a leaf. I'm telling you, I would be scared to death to be out there in the middle of nowhere. Because I'm telling you, just like you've made up this lie about somewhere else, that's what's gonna happen to you when the Reaper come.
That's right.
And they have their way with you. You can holler, scream, ain't nobody coming.
Don't nobody know.
That's why I don't see how they can live back there. There is no way I'd be back there.
Yeah.
I think a part of them feels safe being away from all the people up there on that hill.
How easy would it be to just go up there and handle your business and come on back down? They take a lot for granted.
He should be very scared because he's thrown every neighbor under the bus.
Yeah.
Those neighbors have friends. Exactly. He's thrown half the county under the bus.
Yes.
And he's living there like there's never going to be a payday on that. that is some kind of a special kind of arrogance.
Exactly. And that's what's so sad is, I mean, you just sitting here thinking to yourself, these people just oblivious.
They really truly do lack self-awareness. They're just so unaware of how they are coming across.
Yes.
They think one thing, but the truth is another thing.
Luna says less than 1% of missing kids are abducted by strangers. Exactly.
Yeah.
Very rare. And when the kids are missing more than one, usually they are brothers and sisters, and it's a parent situation. It's a parent abduction. Because trust me, most strangers don't want no too damn children to kidnap. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, certainly not one where the story gets as hot as this one's been.
Yeah, but like with the Cal City situation, no way a stranger stole those two boys at the same time. That's too risky. I got to get to the patio, get them from there, got them screaming, then take them across the dusty
that's so sad.
Even footprints and all that. Man, that's too risky.
Yeah,
everybody failed there.
That story didn't ever hold water.
And hold two kids at the same time. Those cops knew day one. Oh hell no! They came here and took them two boys.
Who's screaming and beating on you the whole time? No, never happened.
Well, same thing with somebody dragged her off the property. She didn't make a noise, and supposedly you were outside helping your mom. No,
no,
didn't happen.
You're gonna make noise coming up that driveway. I don't care what you're driving: a tractor trailer, truck, SUV, small car. Long as that rubber hitting that gravel, you gonna make noise. Everybody knows that you make noise on gravel, whether you're on a bicycle, big wheel, a car.
Right.
You're gonna hear a car come up. So the only option you're leaving for an abduction is that the person came up on foot, either direction. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
Especially when the boys were left there all day by themselves, and
that's the perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
So let's go here, and then I'm gonna check out of here because it's 3:30.
Okay.
When H mentions about Don calling, talking about somebody's on the property creeping around. Now, this would have been when the boys would have been there. Do you believe that conversation?
Wait, say that question again.
When Candace was in the car, H was with her, and Don allegedly called talking about somebody was creeping around the property trying to touch the kids. Do you believe that conversation ever took place?
It's a hell of a thing to make up.
Like what, Brittany?
I said, I think it's a hell of a thing to make up.
Because what? Because what?
Just coming from H, but I think the whole situation is odd. I think it's odd that he said he turned off his phone when he called. I think it's odd that someone his age would say, "What was that about?" And I made sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's nosy, but he talks a lot. He might be a nosy kid.
Right. I think if it did happen, I don't know, because these people are crazy.
The only thing, the two things that's suspicious is that one, if it happened, the conversation, a child actually went missing thereafter. Two, the only other suspicious thing is him asking, why is he asking this, calling or whatever? Because he was saying he wasn't in a child's place, but he was put in a grown person's position anyway to be hanging with a grown woman. And they obviously talked sex talk and all that. So it really, nothing was really off the table between them two to even converse about. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. The first question I had was, how does Don know he's at work? How does he know there's somebody on the property?
And see, exactly.
And supposedly H thought the boys were with Don.
And I believe H said the same thing to Chris Madonna.
Yeah.
How would he know that if he is supposed to be at work? He did say that.
Right. So
that's why I said to myself, that don't sound like something a kid would make up.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not even a child's conversation, even for 15. Why would I be talking about somebody creeping around on somebody's property that I ain't been really talking to?
Right.
And then let's use the common sense of what are the odds that you've heard this conversation allegedly and a whole child went missing thereafter.
Exactly. It sounds like a setup
to when it happened.
It's a red herring trying to set up the possibility that this guy's there trying to touch kids was the one that took Summer.
That up, and then this same child leaves his peripheral and goes missing hours later.
Yeah, exactly. So That's a put up. I kind of do believe that might have happened because it's a
Right, 'cause it's an
perfect way to
interesting
set
story.
the whole thing up.
Yeah.
And,
It's
you know.
too, you know what it is? It's called convenient.
Yeah, yeah.
It's too convenient to talk about a creepy crawly on a property, and hours later you're calling 911 that a whole child's missing. Come on.
Earlier somebody was on the property that was trying to touch kids, and now one kid's
the
missing.
whole child's gone.
Dovetails perfectly.
So what makes me think is that Don was in on this, that he called her deliberately and set it up in the conversation for him to hear.
Yes.
Yep. It would have to be.
Yeah. They did need H for the witness for that kind of a thing. They were playing him with that conversation.
So he could do what he just did.
Right.
Yep.
Stay woke.
Cast some doubt, throw some doubt into it. That's reasonable doubt right there.
Stay woke. Let me light the fire.
That's right.
And see where it blows.
See what burns.
And didn't H do just exactly what you hoped he would do, is go run, tell it?
Yeah.
No,
he
told everything. He was a witness to the whole day.
No, I don't think. See, this
That's
is where
what they wanted, I believe. Yep.
But see, this is where they messed up. H didn't go tell Chris Madonna. Yeah, I don't think they did it because some man was creeping around. His dad said, I think Candace did something.
Candace thought he was in her pocket.
Exactly.
So
they said it right.
That didn't go the direction at all. They intended it. Yeah.
There's this movie I watched called Slow Burn. I recommend everybody watches this movie. It has Ray Liotta in it. I'm gonna Ray Liotta.
Okay.
The actor.
I like
I'm gonna give you a line from the movie. And this is after everything that went down. The man says to this other man, he says, sometimes the pocket you in ain't the pocket you in. See, when you watch the movie and you get to the end, you'll understand why that was said. And that's so true with life. Sometimes the pocket you in ain't the pockets you in.
It's the one you think you're in. Yeah. That's a great line. That's a great line. So a way to build a story. Yeah.
That I think I got him, but really I don't have him because he did opposite of what she thought he would do. He ended up implicating her in the disappearance of her child.
Yeah.
So she was wrong about Boy H.
So that leads me to think about this. How much preparation did they put in on this? They had to think about, okay, I'm going to take the car because that gives me an alibi, and your mama's vehicle doesn't have GPS or anything to monitor your whereabouts. So you're going to do the legwork. I'll meet you somewhere. Do you know there's a time period, wasn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Don was at work, but he left at 3:00 for 30 minutes. His coworkers said.
What coworker said that?
Get some lunch or something at the dollar store.
Okay.
Yeah, no. It's exactly 15 minutes from that house up to the interstate. And
Jonesboro, where he was actually, I think that's supposed to be an hour from Rogersville.
45
okay,
40 minutes.
He's not going to his house though. He's not going to his house.
Yeah, but
15 minutes from where he was working.
The whole trip itself is supposed to be an hour from where he worked to his house.
I know where I heard this analysis now. It's Crime Line. Well, I shouldn't mention the thing, but it's another Crime Lines and Lies. They were making the analysis that he was 15 minutes from the interstate, and they showed a back way from Ben Hill that was 15 minutes to the same place. Okay. So at 3:00, Don leaves and he's back in 30 minutes. He's driven 15 minutes there, done something, and driven back to work. What was taking place?
That's still cutting time though. That's too.
You think that's too pat?
Yeah, that's too short. You need more time than that. Because you got to make sure where I'm gonna dump got to be secure. I ain't seen.
Yeah.
You got to count what you put in the body in. See, all that's got to
everything would have happened during the day. That's the craziest part. Because clearly she's somewhere. But all of this would have took, because it was daylight savings time. Everything would have taken place in the broad daylight. which is odd.
Now their conjecture was based on
and that's what's even more risque, that you were doing this during daylight savings time.
Yes, messing around with time.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the boys ever even.
As Debbie says, if he was at work. Amen.
Right. Because, you know, he also knew that the dogs weren't there that day.
Yeah, but let's be truthful. That's just some bullshit. Where would dogs go? Their
That
dogs.
doesn't even make sense.
I know.
All the dogs got up, got a backpack, and put on their little boots. Come on.
Went camping.
Come on, puppy. We got to leave. They're getting ready to commit a crime. Come on. We got to go down the mountain, and we got to come back in 3 hours.
We're going to the petting zoo. Right. Yeah.
And my husband is a subcontractor, and the person he sells contracts for is Duke Energy, but they don't exactly know every day that he's at work and what time. It's really, as long as the job is done by a certain.
You go when you can get on out of there. Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it would be hard for.
He don't got nobody watching him. So see, that's the one thing people got to remember about the type of work he's doing. He's not clocking in a regular job where you have security cameras and a time clock.
Oh, right.
If you have a time clock, he can leave when he wants. There's nobody watching.
And if he doesn't want to go to work, it doesn't matter that day.
That's what I'm saying. So
they're working by the job.
The only thing that would throw red flags is if he's not finishing jobs.
It don't matter about
like a deadline and things like that.
They saw him go to lunch and nothing, because he could have left. He could have went and got lunch, and lunch was gone all day. You understand? How many shit was over. Yeah. You know, somebody say ain't gonna take a lunch and it's gonna go home.
Yeah.
Who's to say?
True.
Because we got to remember, everything about the story is from somebody else. He said and she said.
Oh, absolutely. I just thought their analysis was interesting.
Pertaining to the story. Do you really believe all these extra parties repeating stuff about June 15th? See, that's what the problem lies.
Right.
It's putting stock into these people. And then you're talking about 6 months later.
Yeah.
I don't believe the scream or any of that either.
Well, Lawson put that down. He's debunked just about everything that's been repeated.
But how do you verify scream? If we give her any credit at all.
All that's been debunked, and the only thing new is she could have wandered off and or foul play. They knew it was foul play.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Earhart knew that. She knew that. Yeah. She's been doing that long enough. She already knew they did something to this little girl, and they didn't plan it out real good.
Do you guys believe that Candace called 911?
I think that's a matter of record, isn't it?
She called 911 because you remember we heard a dispatch call.
Yeah.
No, but we didn't hear the dispatch call. It said.
When I say dispatch, I mean the woman talking to the dispatcher, giving her commentary.
Yeah.
Right. But I often wonder if that's Dawn's, because when News Nation, when Brian Enton, when they first started covering that, they did a segment. I've always wanted to say this to somebody. They did a segment with WJHL, kind of getting an update on the information. And the lady's giving the rundown of everything they know. And she says something to the effect that it was said that both parents have called. We've not been able to verify that. I'd have to send you the link to be able to let you understand what I'm trying to say. But it seems sketchy that maybe she didn't call, because at the same time, why have we not heard both dispatch calls?
Because they're evidentiary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because 9 times out of 10, the two don't match.
Yeah, I really question whether she ever called.
Now, that call is not going to be released until it's somebody's name is on the table.
You don't think they could release the dispatch?
No, no, because it's still an open investigation. That's why they ain't released it. They'll release it after they're release it after they gather what they need to bring down an indictment. Then they're released.
I don't know. I guess I just felt like
let me tell you what happened. When you get an indictment for an arrest, you're gonna hear all 911 calls, and you also gonna get everything CPS has done with the Wells family. That is the only time
they release one and not both.
Information is after death. That is the only time they give you CPS information. Is usually after death.
Yeah.
When a death's been confirmed.
Right.
They're not gonna tell you nothing why she's still missing. So that's why we need, and I hate to say this, we need a body. Yes, we do.
Right. Case closed on that. Yeah.
Because when she's dead, then, you know what I'm saying, that's final. You can tell everything you want to tell.
Do you think they'll continue to search? There'll be another search.
I don't know.
I think
Without
they're
a
gonna try
body,
to charge him without it.
without
really
a body, the defense's problem, or the defense creates a problem by saying, look, you can't even prove there's been a death. She could have been abducted. She could have wandered off. That allows them to introduce every other possibility of where she could be. And so it would make it so much easier to cut through the crap and have the body and say, no, this child was murdered.
Right, and that's what makes me feel like it'll be a while
she
before
wasn't
we ever
abducted.
have any charges, because if they don't have the body, they're going to have it airtight.
You just open the door to the defense to come up with every possible scenario they can think of, and that confuses a jury, and that creates reasonable doubt, and they can't convict. So I know they would, anybody wants to have the body. Lawyers don't like having to go with circumstantial, because there's too many ways you can attack circumstantial. But people have been convicted on circumstantial evidence, so.
And I think it's interesting that H's dad mentioned that he never received his phone back. The H never received his phone back, supposedly, of course, supposedly.
Well, you got to remember, they got to, once again, what I said, it's a lot of work in tracking cell phones. You imagine all the data you're trying to pull off of every fucking app, person you call, plus all the people they call, because they got to tie anything together that they get. That's a lot of work.
No, I would hate for somebody to pull mine.
we're now dealing with apps now, so I have to go in and see everywhere you've gone in an app and talk and message. And
true. Yeah.
It's not just the old
Don and Candace got theirs back.
You call this many people from Houston, Texas, New York, it'll just give you an itemized statement. You're now talking about dealing with apps plus all your phone calls.
Right.
All your text
and hopefully that
all
will
your Messenger, Instagram, TikTok. My God. You could be on 9 apps talking to people. That's a lot.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, it makes me believe that Don was lying when he said they got their phones back, because I think that
they gotta look at his phone, her phone. They gotta look at Boy H's phone. They gotta look at everybody else's phones they've talked to.
Yes.
You think they ain't looked at the other people's phones who they've called?
Yeah.
They don't just stop with them. They got to seize that who they've been talking to. Anything that looked too suspicious around the time of the child missing in that window. Yeah, I got to go now talk to that person.
And the information on that Subaru should even tell, like, when he opened the door. I know, like, in the Barry Morphew trial, they know when he opened the door and it was idle and all kinds of craziness.
Yeah. And that's probably, and see, that's very interesting. That information right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a lot. It's taking a lot of time.
What's going to be the clincher is, like we said, proving you went somewhere outside the area of what you told them where you were, and that's going to come up on the ping.
Yes,
right. Understand what I'm saying? But if you didn't say you went down on this road, and the ping comes back and say your car sat there for 10 minutes, 15, now you've got to explain what was your car doing, or your phone rather, doing at that place that you ain't mentioned. See, that's what would probably what hang them. It's the car or phones pinging somewhere for a duration, which would actually
that's going to be this.
When they're dumping her.
Right.
Because if you didn't tell them you went down 15th Street and sat there for 15 minutes, they're going to ask you that. Eventually, they're going to ask you, well, we've got this.
And how did he supposedly stay connected to her the whole time on Messenger all the way home when everyone
I know everybody's asked that. Everybody's asked that.
That might account for that last search that they just called.
What she's going to say.
Unless she wasn't home.
Listen. She's going to say what she's been saying. I use Grandis's phone. That's how I talked to him. Y'all forgot about that, remember?
Yeah, right.
She didn't have her phone.
Didn't she say she just used that to call 911?
But wouldn't I still use that to call my husband? Because my other phone probably ain't doing good with reception either. I'm just thinking reception is reception.
Well, and not to mention, supposedly your kids have been playing on YouTube all day long, so you have Wi-Fi.
So
Why would it be so odd for you to stay connected?
But see, you don't remember everything when you're lying.
True. Yep. And you sure don't if you've been drinking or drugging.
And see, the reason why I know that this is orchestrated is the number one thing that just sits right in front of everybody, and people just don't seem to realize it. You've been living in a holler long enough to know which cell phone carrier is the best carrier.
Yes.
Bingo.
And which one doesn't ping off much of anything.
But you know which one by now. And the reason why we know she knows is because she told on herself when she used Grandis's cell phone.
That's right. That's right.
So why would you not have the same carrier, bingo card, that your mama has to call? And another thing that I've brought forward to people who have not been paying attention, because this is new to me too. Every time Candace calls 911, she didn't use her phone.
She what?
She didn't use her phone.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I found it interesting that the grandma called the other night.
2020, you use Granny's phone. 2021, you called for somewhere else. 2022, allegedly Granny's is the one that called on January 19th. Why?
And I found it interesting.
Candace was using her phone. Yeah.
It was an open line. It made me feel like, supposedly this argument didn't happen. This happened 2 hours ago or whatever they said it was.
She waited 2 or 3 hours before she made a call on the
right. And it's just an open line, and they could hear them arguing, they said, or something like that. It made me wonder, like, were they trying to sit? Not that I think Don is completely innocent in this by any means, but it made me wonder if they were trying to,
set him up.
Yep.
Say it, yeah, because most of us are thinking that now. Yes.
Yep. I think it's interesting, but I mean, I think I don't know. I don't know that I. And I found it
ask yourself, why is she always using Grandis's phone? Stay woke. There's something to that.
Well, and then then this goes back to the CPS, the messy boots. They got the 911 recordings from back in November. You can hear Summer in the background. Like, at what point does CPS come in? Like, you hear this little girl and they're arguing, and it was a pretty long recording. That's crazy to me.
What are you talking about in November?
Whenever there's a few different calls they were able to get. I think they were able to get a few months, maybe 18 months back, but they weren't able to get any of the 911 recordings that were related to
what you heard this on somebody's YouTube channel?
Yes, the messy boots that were out in front. They paid to get them or whatever. But you can hear Summer in the background, and it's just crazy that, they've been called out. 911 has been called out there so many times. Like, at what point is it the officers not doing their part to contact CPS, or I don't understand.
Because my thing is, too many times you call about domestic assaults, and then I'm looking at the condition of the property in your house. I am calling CPS because damn well they came inside to assess the situation.
Right, and I know you were saying that one time that you had talked to someone in CPS, and that the cleanliness of the house would necessarily matter. Right. But you take the cleanliness on top of everything else.
Yeah, but the domestic violence is a whole different category than a domestic house.
Mm-hmm.
So it may be the police don't care. Maybe that is what we're dealing with here. We have a group of sheriffs who don't really care about nothing. They only care about if your ass is laying face down and you ain't breathing.
True. Right.
I mean, really, we may just be dealing with these type of officers because something is off. They've got a lot of calls coming from that address. That means somebody do need to be calling the welfare department, and you have children there. Now, it ain't no kids. Okay, we just let them kill each other. But you got children.
Right. Who cares?
All right.
And the time supposedly Don was wherever with the oldest boy working out of town, which was in like the November time period. School was in session. Mm-hmm. How is this kid not going to school? And CPS is not. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just a lot of it's very odd. I don't know.
You said the kids weren't going to school when?
Well, if he took the oldest son with him to school, supposedly he came back in Denver.
Yeah, I think school still been in, but it's probably a choice if your parents want to let you go to school or not here.
Yeah. That may have been COVID related as well.
But you still have to go remote. I mean, I know my son.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But see, hey,
he had to sign in and on like a attendance sheet every morning, and there were times my son would be online.
We don't know how they set stuff up with the school system during that time. Right. That's a few months after COVID, October 2020. They could have said we're homeschooling. They could have said anything. And this goes back to what I just said. Who's to say somebody just went along with the program and didn't fight the bullet?
Yeah. Well, and with this being the pandemic and all this being new, I can see how that could have slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, but now guess what? A whole body's gone.
Yeah.
Which is disgusting. I mean, it really is.
A whole body is gone now.
So and that's a
major problem.
I've been sitting here thinking about your question about why did she always call on Granda's phone?
Yeah, see, that's okay. Tell people that's something now that we know is not. I can't put my finger on it because I've been sitting here thinking about it for the past 2 days. Why would I continuously use somebody else's phone when I want to call 911 on my husband?
Okay, so let me say this. Are you saying that because any phone should call 911?
I'm saying, why would I only use somebody else's phone to call 911?
Well, someone else that went out there, I was watching, and they supposedly, when they found some deer bones, was trying to call 911, and supposedly her phone wouldn't work either. I've never heard of that in my whole entire life.
So why is it there's only one person's phone working on the property? That's bullshit.
Well, what about? I've got a thought about that.
She's using what if the other? She's using a burner phone.
Burner.
The grandmother, because I've already did the research on that and brought you all that content about the burner phone hitting off of the towers and everything.
Right.
Something is amiss with her only using the mother's phone.
What if she only used the burner phone for the kind of stuff you use a burner phone for?
Exactly.
But if you're doing something official, then you got to use.
That's what she did when H was able to go through the phone. She gave the bullshit phone to TBI.
Right. Yeah.
But do you think that TBI has all the phones? That's the only thing that worries me.
Well, if she had used the burner phone, say, to call 911, now they've got a record that she called from that number. Where is that phone? They'd have cause for, turning that house upside down again. We need that phone. What'd you do with it? We have you on record making the call to 911 from that phone.
Irene says phone used for drugs, maybe. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Got a phone for one thing and a phone for something else. But I still think she just don't want nothing tied to her. Candy's smart. Don't underestimate
her. She's a lot smarter than people give her credit for. That's for sure.
Don't underestimate her. She knew what she was doing when she went to H's house with the second phone.
Yes. Well,
that's why I don't really do a lot of.
Listen here. So how you got two phones? You only get one at TBI. Then where the fuck was your other phone when you had to call 911?
There's another phone because they would be able to trace it.
But what's the difference? The call was still coming from 110 from Grandis's phone.
And Grandis can give her phone up, but she needs to not give this phone to TBI.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but then let's go back in the past. Before the girl went missing, you still was using Grandis's phone. What was the reason for that?
One of the thoughts on that, though, too, is you can have any phone that can connect to Wi-Fi and not have service. So maybe she didn't have service on the phone.
She may not. But you still can't explain the past incidents where she's not using her own damn phone. What's the problem?
What if she doesn't
keep using Grandis's phone?
What if she didn't have service on it? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but damn, Rags, year for year.
I'm sorry?
Year for year, you got no service.
No, I'm saying during that time.
No, but I'm talking about, baby, beforehand.
Oh, okay.
He has called Grandis's phone January 19th. Grandis called. 2021, Summer Wells goes missing. Grandis phone. 2020, Grandis's phone.
And she makes it a point to say that, which is really sketchy.
Understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She makes it a point
to say phone every time you call 911. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
You can't be saying she ain't got no service. Because how are you talking to people when you come around the mountain and service pops up?
Mm-hmm.
Then what are you talking on then?
That makes a lot of sense.
You wouldn't have Wi-Fi then.
And Jody Sue says she comes down the driveway on her phone talking to Don. So, you know, I think they're all crazy and liars. And they lie about things that they may not even need to lie about, that wouldn't even matter, because that's just what they do.
That's true. But you still can't explain using a phone year for year, somebody else's phone, when you dial 911. Make that make sense, because something's up with that. There's a reason she's doing that.
You're right. There is a reason. That makes sense.
There's a reason.
Yeah. I can't tell you what the reason is, but
because I'm trying to put my finger on it now and it don't make no sense.
There's some kind of Candace logic behind that.
Mm-hmm.
They're all trying to throw each other under the bus.
But I found it so interesting that they noted the cigarette flick and putting her. That was hilarious to me.
I gotta watch you. You said you hurt. Why would I not look at you and you said you were hurt? Come on now. That's my job. You said you hurt. So how you gonna put your shoe on?
But just that it was noted and that it was on the news, I was like, wow.
You damn right.
They might as well said it, and she's full of shit.
You damn right. You damn right. Isn't that why I'm there? You were hurt. You're injured.
And 2 hours later, none of that makes sense either.
You should have said to Grandis, help me put my shoe on.
Yeah, she helped her with her knee brace.
Crazy, man.
After she just left the hospital. I mean, wouldn't the hospital fix whatever with your knee that needed to be done?
Well, and that was
how'd you drive up north with your knee pent back for hours?
Yeah, how you walk down to that pond,
to the water,
swimming hole?
20,000 questions, no answers. These people are full of shit.
Sometimes I question where she really, because that was I don't know how it is.
I'm glad you said it, because I said the same thing. You don't really know where Grandis went.
Right, because that was a quick ER appointment. In North Carolina, you can't go to the ER that fast.
No, I was talking about up north.
Oh, true.
You don't know where that lady went. That lady could have been over in North Carolina. All right, you got something you want to say, honey?
Yeah, I just came up to say, when you were talking about earlier about them going through their devices and things like that, my opinion on that is...
No, you don't have to have a landline, no.
My opinion on that is, I think that the FBI just thinks they're full of crap, and they're not going off anything that any of them says, and they're getting digital footprints.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I agree, Rex. I think that's where the case can be proved. Yeah.
And like Queen was saying earlier, I mean, that's what I do for a living is phones, and I mean, that stuff takes a long time. They're going to go through every photo, like the swimming hole video. There's a stamp on that phone.
That's right.
That will tell them what date that was actually.
Every time she opened or unlocked it.
Yeah.
You guys both were talking. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, every time she opened her phone or unlocked her phone, it should give that information.
Well, I don't know if it'll go into that much detail, but it would definitely tell where they're at, what their timestamps are compared to where Hunter's timestamp is. You know, where they got a lot of information they got to go through because they can't rely on
count. Like I said, all the apps, all the people they've talked to, you don't know how many people they've been talking to.
Yeah, I think that's why there hasn't been anything yet, because they're not going off what they say. They got to have that proof.
Yeah.
Of every phone, like they even took stuff inside the home.
I remember them saying a TV and a camera or something.
Yeah. A TV, a camera, anything electronical they took in there. So if they get that TV and they showed that they wasn't playing games at that time, that they said the boys were, then that proves that the boys weren't there. You know, things like that.
Wow.
Right.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah. I mean, the FBI can do all things that they can. Things you wouldn't even imagine.
I think that it'll truly be a while before they do anything just because of that.
I listened to a case the other day, and that's what they were saying. How long it takes, and I just was like, "Dear Lord, have mercy, honey." I'm trying to keep my hair from turning full white.
Yeah.
Before you get this information back, my goodness gracious. I mean, really, you start talking about a year? What the hell, a year?
Yeah.
Man, ain't got that kind of time.
There are cases that do take that long to finally wind into justice.
Yeah, I know that. It's just hard to believe. I mean, can you imagine right now it's February. Could you see us sitting up here near February again?
Oh, I pray
No,
not.
but
Lord,
think about
no.
the Cal City boys. Like, I never thought a year would roll around and we would really know nothing.
Yeah, well, we just waiting
That's
on to
when I
hear
started watching
DNA
you.
on that. They found some bones out there. We just waiting on the DNA to come back on that one.
Well, my
And it's
hair is
funny,
already
not a lot of
silver.
people talk about that either.
Yeah.
Huh?
Not a lot of people talk. You were the only person I've heard say anything about that, which is how I ever found you, was watching the Cal City
But
boys.
that's what's so funny. They raised a whole lot of hell when I talked about it, but now look at that. A year later, you ain't got nothing to say.
I remember, yes. That's the first time I ever knew there was like true crime on YouTube.
Well, I tell people I talk about lots of things. That's not what my channel's about. True crime. I talk about various subject matters, and I don't really want to be talking about kids.
Well, my hair is already gray, and so I guess I'm waiting on it to fall out. I'll be bald headed by the time this thing
You
gets
keep fooling with this case, you gonna be needing a skull cap.
I'm gonna come over and get you one of your wigs. I'm gonna need it, girl. I'm sure gonna need it.
I'll have to sing you a book. Put some clowns in it.
Let me pick me out something gorgeous.
Hey, do what you gotta do. People do it every day.
Hey, you know what? Whatever it takes.
Does everybody have everything they want to say before I give my moment of silence for Summer Wells?
No, the only thing I was waiting for. I was going to let you know it's after 12.
So after 1.
Yeah. Hey, Rags, I want to just say to you personally, I'm thinking about you and praying for you, and I'm just so sorry. This is a tough loss, and I know you're taking it a day at a time, so I'm sending love your way.
Kinsley in your prayers, and my baby Crystal. Ooh, if only y'all knew, baby, it's bad. Lord have mercy.
Okay.
Prayers for Crystal for son. Amen.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yeah. Happy birthday. 1, 2, 3.
That's right. Here we come. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Come on, y'all.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Summer.
Happy birthday to you.
God bless you, little child.
Yes, God bless you, baby. God's got this. Amen.
Yeah.
Later today, I will do something special for her, and I'll try to go live.
Okay.
So I'll be back on, and then let's do a 1 minute, a moment of silence for Summer Wells.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you all so much. God bless.
Thank you, Queen. God bless you too.
Yes, I'll be back on a little later. Okay. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you all so very much. Today is Summer Wells' birthday. She will be 6 years old. We're thinking about you, honey. We don't know everything, but there are some people here that do care for you, and we're going to pray that the truth is revealed pertaining to your disappearance. But today is a special day. You are 6 years old. Amen. And I know God's got this because he is a way maker, and he's going to take care of everything. I thank you all for following the content, liking, sharing, subscribing. Thank you all so much for everything, all the kind words and my birthday wishes from a week or so ago. Thank you so very much. I will be back on a little bit later, and we will celebrate briefly the special day. I share this zodiac with Miss Summer. Aquarius is linked, the water bearer, indeed. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you all so much. God bless you. This is Everyday Shenanigans. Happy birthday, Summer Wells.